Just trying something. Just trying something. Hello? Testing, testing. Welcome one and all to Irvine, California, here on the Warriors Sports Network. You're tuning in to Justin Lee here on the call between the Westcliff Warriors and the Benedictine Mesa Red Hawks, who coming here from Arizona off to an interesting start, 2-8 on their season. The Warriors off to arguably their best start of the season, or in their program history, 10-4, top of the Continental Athletic Conference this season. They're 3-3 at home. Away, they're perfect 4-0, trying to get back onto the win side of things in the win column here at home. Today they'll face off against a Red Hawks team who are trying to avoid a 2-9 start to their season. Here's what their lineup looks like. Leading off, Analea Jenkins at center field. Batting second, number 12, Shayla Young at shortstop. Number 23, Leanna Madrazo in left field. Number 22, Mackenzie Larson at catcher. And number 20, Jasleen Calderon at the designated player spot. Number 21, Chloe Wright at first base. Number 7, Alexandra Lopez at second base. And number 18, Emma Tufnell at third base. And then it finished off with Nagasi Williams in right field, number 4. So already off to a 2-0 count for Analea Jenkins. Will be the first one up to the batter's box. Lefty hitter. She faces off against a new addition to the Warriors team, Jolene Miramontes, number 24, transferred in this season as that one's fouled off to the backstop. Miramontes transferred in from Antelope Valley Community College. Be arguably one of the best pitchers from that program. She comes with her talents to come here, and she's already started off with a 2.9 ERA on the season, 113 innings pitched, and looking for another solid win today. She's already 3-0 on the season. Full count here for Analea Jenkins. Miramontes delivers, and that is just low below the strike zone, ball 4. Red Hawks will have one man at first base to start things off. Next up, Shayla Young to come up to the plate, righty hitter. Hitting .333, 7 hits and 21 ABs. Already has 2 home runs this season. So someone to be careful for, especially with Jolene Miramontes in the circle. Start things off a 1-0 count. That one's well hit, down and foul on the left field side. So Miramontes comes in from a program that made it all the way to the 3C2A round 1 of regionals, losing to Saddleback Community College a year ago. And they went 27-11 overall on the season with the Marauders. And not only is she good at pitching, but hitting as well. Against Citrus College back on March 27th, she held the Owls to just 3 hits, no runs allowed in 7 innings. And she had a home run in that game as well, as this one's lined foul as well. So Young fighting off a handful of pitches. Pitch number 5 of the count coming up with an 0-2. No outs here in the first. Payoff pitch. Slapped hit to center field. Backing up is Johnson, and she cannot make the grab. It falls on the floor. Coming around to score is Jenkins to get the first runs on the board for the Redhawks. An RBI double for Shayla Young. It's already the first blood drawn by the Redhawks. It's a 1-0 count for Leona Madrazo, who's playing in left field today. Originally from Stockton, California, attended Stagg High School. She goes for the bunt, pulls a strike, and Ellerton keeps Shayla Young at second base. Already a hot start for the Redhawks. Delivers the ball upstairs for ball 2. A 2-1 count. And Miramontes had a 2.9 ERA at Antelope Valley College as well. 13-5 on the season. This one slap hit to left, backing up and making the catch is Alyssa Patlin to get the first down of the inning. So one away, Mackenzie Larson comes up to the plate, the catcher and the cleanup hitter today for the Redhawks. Shayla Young still at second base, already with an RBI single to center field. Watches the first one at just outside for ball 1. A 267 batting average, 2 doubles, a triple, and a home run already this season. And 30 ABs. One's through for strike 1 of the count. That one is floated and watched like she's taking a picture of the Mona Lisa. Mackenzie Larson with a 1-2 count. And a swing and a miss. Down goes Mackenzie Larson. Two batters retired in a row after the hot start from the Redhawks. 2 outs in the top of the first. Esleen Calderon, number 20, coming up to the plate, a freshman from La Puente, California. This one's fouled off to the backside of the net. 0-1 count. Comes from Bishop Amat Memorial High School, who the men's soccer team for Bishop Amat playing tomorrow night against Newport Harbor, just not too far away from here in the CIF Southern Section Division II soccer game. Another one that's fouled off, just a bit under an 0-2 count. Very good program in Bishop Amat. Arguably one of the better football programs out in the San Gabriel Valley area. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Flared out to the left center. And making a diving grab is Johnston. So she makes up for the ball that went over her head and gets the final out on the top of the first. Red Hawks score first, 1-0 as your scores were off to the bottom half of the first. So here's what the lineup looks like for the Westcliff Warriors. Alyssa Patlin, arguably the best player on this lineup. Left field today, Rachel Varela behind her. At second base, Madison Mendez, designated player. Anika Romo at first base. And then Sarah Ellerton at the fifth spot. Savannah Alvarez at third base. Sydney Rush in right field. Jasmine Lara at shortstop. And then Casey Johnson in center field. Alyssa Patlin already electing to go with a slap hit, 0-1 count. We'll face off against Alina Sanchez, number 15, a 5.34 ERA on the season, but has been on the back end of a few tough games. That one's in there for 0-2 of the count. Alina Sanchez 0-2 already in 3 starts. She's made 7 appearances this year, giving up 32 hits and 9 strikeouts. Trying to build back and reel back the start of this season, which has been a little tough for Benedictine Mesa, but they have had a pretty tough schedule to start off. 1-2 count for Alyssa Patlin coming up. This is Benedictine Mesa's first road trip of the season. They've had to play a handful of teams that have received votes in the NEIA and played number 10 Oregon Tech in a doubleheader as well. Trying to change a program that hasn't gone above 500 in a season since the start of the program. The closest they've gone to was 2017 when they went 23-24 overall, 9-11 in conference. Slap hit, rolled over. Lopez to right for the first down. They're headed by Rachel Quintero, who is into her second season as head coach of Benedictine Mesa. Finished a tenure at Cal State East Bay. So they're trying to bring some Division II experience to an NAIA program that has been trying to build on top of what they've been trying to build the last few seasons. First pitch to Rachel Varela is a foul ball, 0-1 count. Varela, a CalPAC first team member last year amongst a few others. She was named the Continental Athletic Conference Hitter of the Week this week. That was a really nice performance the last few games that they played. Originally transferred in from Southwestern Community College. And not too far away from home as well, originally residing in Lake Forest, California. We've got a 1-1 count for Rachel Varela. Has the second most hits on the team, with 15 hits and 40 ABs for a whopping .375 batting average, and then she gets nailed in the ear mask of the helmet, and she'll be on first base. The first run of the day for the Warriors. Tell you another story that from the winter season that was kind of crazy. So Rachel Varela gets hit by a pitch. 1 out here in the bottom of the first. Benedictine Mesa up by 1. And Madison Mendez, who can literally do it all. She can pitch, she can hit, and she has the most hits on the team this season, 18 in all. Also leads the team in RBIs with 12. Originally from Southwestern Community College as well, so guess that means there's something in the water over there at Southwestern Community College. Also a CalPAC first team member as well. Won Division II and a PGF championship in high school. Slap hits this one foul. 1-1 count for Madison Mendez. There's also another player elected to Pitcher of the Week this week for the Continental Athletic Conference as well. He hits this one to right field towards the edge of the line, and it hits the chalk. Mendez will go to second. Varela stops in her tracks at third, and it's a double for Madison Mendez. One out, runners in scoring position at second, at third. Here comes Anika Romo coming up to the plate. Had a solid season last year, but not the top of the list on this roster for the Warriors. .211 batting average, but starting off this season with a .235 up to this point. And with one out here, probably electing to go with a sacrifice hit potentially just to at least even it up at 1. 1-0 count for Romo. Romo puts it down, and it rolls foul off the plate. Many of these Warriors on this roster, many of them transfers from different schools. Romo from Bakersfield Community College shows bunt, pulls out just outside for ball 2. Waiting for a good one. She's showing bunt at the get-go. 2-1 on the way and swings through the next one. Ball gets away from Larson for a second, but it doesn't go too far away. Not a very deep backstop here between the plate and the wall behind the entire field here at the softball stadium at the Great Park. Regardless, it's a 2-2 count with 1 out. And a swing and a miss. She goes for the outside pitch. And down goes Romo. 2 gone away here in the bottom of the first. Runners at second and third. Mendez at second, Varela at third. And here comes Sarah Ellerton to try to clean up the bags. She goes after it, and it gets into the outfield. Varela scores. Madison's coming home. The throw, not in time. Warriors take the lead off one swing from Sarah Ellerton, 2-1. Ellerton adds RBI number 12 on this young season. As the first pitch is cut through by Savannah Alvarez in the 6th spot. The Warriors have quickly taken the lead here in the bottom of the first now for the Red Hawks went up by 1. Ellerton with her 10th hit of the season as this one's flied to left. Madrazo's under it, and she makes the catch. One swing of the bat for Ellerton. Drives in 2 runs for the Warriors. They're up 2-1 here in Irvine, California. We're off to the top of the second. Oh, yeah, some coach, like beginning of the season.
That's context.
What happened?
It's a third 40. It's a third 40 context.
Yeah. And some coach at the beginning of the season for the Winter League that I was at. It's a Winter League, it's a showcase league, right? Like, it's not supposed to be that serious. Some manager came out because one of the assistant coaches was lining up to pitch. And then he's like, can you go check on that pitcher? He had him go umpire go check his fingers for substance on his finger. I'm like, who does that in the showcase league? It's crazy. So Red Hawks go up 1 in the top of the first. Warriors answer back with 2. And we're here in the top of the second on the Warriors Sports Network. Chloe Wright, Alexandra Lopez, and Emma Tufnell to start off. That one's down the line and into the corner in left field. Chloe Wright wastes no time at all and gets on to second base with 1 swing of the bat. Tying run already at second base. No outs to start off here in the top of the second. Alexandra Lopez steps into the plate. Hitting .280 on the season, 7 hits and 2 triples. As this ball just barely rolls foul. Manager Rachel Quintero going for a small ball to start off here on the top of the first. The infield is in, preparing for another bunt attempt. Pitch delivery, bunts up in the air, and it's caught by Romo running in from first base. So they try the sacrifice bunt. Putting a little too much gas under the ball, leaves it up for Anika Romo. And there's one gone away here at the top of the second. Swing and a miss on the first get-go for Emma Tufnell. Rolled down the corner, but just foul barely. An 0-2 count for Tufnell. This Warriors team not the easiest to face off against to start off this season. Last year had a 3.17 ERA, so one of the hardest teams to get hits off of, as this one's fouled off to the net high up. This year, they started off the season with a 2.48 ERA. Only allowed 44 runs to score. Collectively, if you put all the pitchers together, they're 10-4 on this young season already, and a swing and a miss by Emma Tufnell. 2 gone away. There's Nagasi Williams, a transfer from Noble University, or excuse me, Grace University last year. played a few times against the Warriors, so not an unfamiliar opponent for Williams. And she tries to pull the bunt. She pulls up, letting the pitch go by for a 1-0 count. So newer addition for Benedictine Mesa and Nagasi Williams, but she's hitting the best average this season, a .438 with 7 hits and 16 ABs. She's trying to get at least a tying run around the bases and into score. That ball gets away from Ellerton, and Chloe Wright goes to third base. The tying run 60 feet away. Another pull up, and that one's in the strike zone. A 3-1 count for Williams. On the way. That's one's hit on the ground. Varela makes the play to first. So Chloe Wright leads off with a double, but unable to come around to score to bring it 2-2 for both sides. Still remains 2-1 as we're off to the bottom of the second. Across the board to not only tie it, but take the lead over the Red Hawks here early. Thanks to Sarah Ellerton's 2 RBI single. Sydney Rutcher going for the first pitch, bunting. And it goes right behind her for an 0-1 count. The Red Hawks almost tied the game in the last inning with Chloe Wright leading off with a double. Moving over to third base with a pass ball, but just unable to get through after some good defense from the Warriors and one strikeout from Jolene Miramontes. One count for Rutschner. Gets jammed up, and it's going to drop right in front. And not even Larson can recover that as well. It's an infield hit for Sydney Rutschner. Jasmine Lara comes up. Sydney Rutschner's already ready to jump off the bag. And Lara tries to go for a bunt. I want to say it's a hit, just because, like, if she picks it up, she still has to turn around and take it first, right? Yeah, I guess, yeah. Rutschner goes for second. And she's inside. My initial thought was a hit. 2-0 count. Dropped on the ground, but it's going to roll into the batter's box. Foul ball. Rutschner's at second with a stolen base after the really strange infield hit. And that one shoot to right field. Williams in front of it, but Rutschner has got all speed ahead of her, and she's in for the score. The ball gets away in the infield as well, and Lara will get an extra base. RBI single for Jasmine Lara. Makes it 3-1 for the Warriors. Quickly, the first meeting already from Rachel Quintero at the circle with the entire infield as well. After giving up not 2, but now 3 runs early in this game. Warriors able to strike through a handful of times, but they've been, that last hit was well hit off the bat of Jasmine Lara. Even without TrackMan, you can probably gauge that hit right around 90 to maybe 100 miles off the bat. It was pretty well hit. So 2 hits back to back, no outs in the bottom of the second. Warriors up 3-1. Here's Casey Johnston. Showing bunt, pulls up, shows up bunt again, and fouls it off. Like she's trying to fake out a goalie on a penalty kick. Johnston will reset. Transfer originally from Edmonds College, originally residing in Carson City, Nevada. Here's the next pitch. That one's fouled off, and she's behind 0-2. Alyssa Patlin awaiting on deck. One time through the lineup. It's only the second inning. That pitch just upstairs, ball 1, 1-2 count. No outs here in the bottom of the second, so it's still. Lara's waiting at second base. Here's a delivery and a swing and a miss. Down goes Casey Johnston. That's the first out of the inning. That's the second strikeout for Sanchez. You gotta be careful here with Alyssa Patlin coming up to the plate. Calpac first teamer last year. A 3rd best batting average in the CAC a year ago with a .425 batting average. Off to a bit of a slow start, but she's got a .326 still either way. 14 hits, 13 runs, the most scored on this roster. And 3 triples already. 1-0 count, shows bunt. And that one's just on the outside corner for strike 1 of the count. I appeal to the base umpire just to make sure. They're gonna change it to a 2-0 count, excuse me. Patlin at the very front of the batter's box. Pulls up and it just misses inside. Very close to the bottom inside half of the strike zone. We'll see if Patlin gets the green light here. That one catches the strike zone this time, 3-1. Patlin steps in, right up to that chalk. And it's a 5-pitch walk. It's already 3 different base runners on board for the Warriors in the bottom of the second. All in all, so far, 6 have managed to get to the bases for the Warriors. And here comes Varela. Last time out, hit by a pitch before scoring the first runs of the game. That one's in there for strike 1, just at the outside corner of the strike zone. This one just a little too low. Patlin has to dive back in on the back pick from Larson. She's in there safely. That was close too. One count for Rachel Varela. Pulls up on the bunt. Makes it a 2-1 count. This Warriors team trying to get it off and continue this hot start that they've been on. 10-4, their best start in program history. That one's on the floor, but it's gloved by Tufnell. She steps on third, over to first, and safe at first base. Nearly had her at first for the double play. A good attempt there anyways. 2 outs in the bottom of the second. A 5-3 fielder's choice allows Rachel Varela to get to first base. They do get the lead runner, and the first pitch swing by Madison Mendez is flared to right and caught by Nagasi Williams. That ends the inning, but the Warriors add another point to the board. They're up 3-1. Off to the third we go.
Nope. Just give it to the department.
Is he like your assistant? Through 2, the Warriors up 3-1 here in Irvine, California. They managed to put at least 1 run on the board in each of the frames so far. Redhawks trying to get back into it. They've got the top of the lineup to start off here in the top of the third against Miramontes, Jenkins, Young, and then Madrazo. Here's the first pitch of the third inning. It's fouled off. Jenkins was the first run of the game after the RBI double by Shayla Young. She managed to get on base with a walk to start things off. Jenkins, a transfer from Treasure Valley Community College, as she goes after the next one, fouls it off as well, 0-2. Originally residing in West Valley City, Utah. We'll try to get on base again and see if she can get on board at the bags. This one's in the dirt by Miramontes for a 1-2 count. This one straight up the middle. Almost cuts Miramontes' hair, and it's a single to lead off here in the top of the third. Jenkins has managed to get on base already twice today. A good one right back up the middle. So leadoff single, now the tying run comes up to the plate, and Shayla Young. Gotta be careful here. This is the best hitter for the Red Hawks. Already a steal attempt. A throw offline, rolls into the outfield. Johnson's there to back it up. A stolen base for Analea Jenkins. Shayla Young from Kaiohe, Hawaii, 5'7", original transfer from Antelope Valley University. This one's on the floor. Miramontes ways off to third baseman, throws to Varela for the first out of the inning. A sacrifice bunt that moves Jenkins over to third base. That's the first out of the inning. Miramontes delivers in there for strike one to Leona Madrazo. Flew out to left field the first time. She gets a piece of this one. It rolls down on the floor. Great glove by Lara. Trying to throw to first, and she is safe at first. An RBI infield single. Brings in another run for the Red Hawks. It's 3-2 now. The second run of the day scored by Jenkins, thanks to Madrazo. That first pitch is in there for a strike to Mackenzie Larson. So already a battle here very early in the first game of this doubleheader between these two teams. Historically, though, Benedictine Mesa is 3-11 since 2022 against the Warriors. Last game last year was still a tight one, as this one is just barely tipped by Larson. And the throw is offline and down on the floor. They throw to third to try to get the out there. And the umpire changed his call from safe to out, so they don't get the out at first. They get the out at third. It's a really strange play for the second out of the inning. Back pick at first, nothing there. So Madrazo tried to overextend, running around the bases on the fielder's choice play by Larson. There's a 1-3-5 out as this one's popped up in the air, and that is going to go foul. Excuse me, it becomes a 5-3-5 play, an E5 on that one, and that one's down the corner, and it is fair. Patlin's got handle of it. Nothing there, and just like that, runners at second and third with 2 outs in the top of the third. It's already the third double today that the Red Hawks have been able to knock. Here's Chloe Wright, who hit one of those 3 doubles in her first AB. She launches the first pitch outside for a ball. Jolie Miramontes trying to hold the line. The tying run 60 feet away at third base. On the way. This time it's in the zone. 1-1 count. Warriors bench trying to get a little turned up on the volume. Here's the next one, a 1-1, rolled on the floor. Lara picks it up one hand to first, and that settles the threat. Runners at second and third with 2 outs. Amir Montez gets out of it. The Red Hawks put another one on the board, makes it 3-2 going to the bottom of the third. Kick off the bottom of the third inning. Nika Romo, Sarah Ellerton, and then Savannah Alvarez coming up for the Warriors. 3-2 is your score. Warriors up top in the bottom of the 3. Romo struck out swinging the last time she came up to the plate. And never easy between these two teams. Last year, the Warriors just barely edged out the Red Hawks 6-5. Red Hawks scored 5 in the 7th inning before the Warriors were able to shut it down by Avery Meitnick's closeout game. Basically relieved herself. She was pitching pretty solid for 6 1/3 of an inning, holding the Red Hawks to 0 runs before, after she got relieved, the Red Hawks scored 5 in the 7th and then came back in to close out her own game. A 1-1 count becomes a 2-1 count. The pitch just missing below the strike zone. In the game before that, the Warriors came back in the first game last year in this doubleheader, winning 3-2 after scoring 3 runs in the top of the 7th against Benedictine Mesa. It is a close one here. It's the same score, 3-2, but it is the bottom of the third. A 3-2 count, or 3-1 count for Romo. She goes after the next one, pops it up, trailing to the dugout, and just out of the reach of right. Going to the dugout side to try to get the first out, and it becomes a 3-2 count. Amir Montez already up to 50 pitches through 3 innings. Giving up 5 hits and 2 runs, but she's managed to leave 4 behind for the Red Hawks, and a full count walk for Romo will lead things off here in the bottom of the third. Sarah Ellerton, who got things going, taking back the lead for the Warriors back in the bottom of the first with that 2 RBI single. Only took 1 swing of the bat. This time she lets the first pitch go by, and it's upstairs for a ball. This one she gets a good piece to left field, going deep, and it's gone! Ellerton scores 2 more runs, a 2-run home run to deep left. Ellerton's second home run of the season makes it 5-2 for the Warriors. Savannah Alvarez steps in with the bases clean, no outs, and with one swing of the bat, Sarah Ellerton has not only taken 2 runs, but 4 runs collectively in the 3 innings that we've played here in Irvine. Another one to the left field, not deep like Ellerton's, and nearly grabbed by Madrazo, but pulls up right at the last second at the fence there. Alvarez has a 1-1 count. Ellerton already 1 home run away from tying what she did last year with 3 home runs. She's already got 2 early on. We've only played 15 games up to this point for the Warriors. This one's in the dirt, 2-1 count. Alvarez is a new addition to the team this season from Santa Clarita, California. She's a junior, a transfer from Los Angeles Mission College. Hasn't had a nice start yet, but trying to get there at some point as she fouls off the next one. 2-2 count for Savannah Alvarez. Warriors team has a pretty manageable size of seniors, 8 seniors this season, 5 juniors, 3 sophomores, but really what's kind of give them a little bit of that oomph is the newer freshmen coming into the program, 8 or 6 in total coming into this Warriors program. That one is gloved by Tufnell, throws the first for the first out at the bottom of the 3rd. Alvarez is retired, and here comes Sydney Rutschner. Rutschner takes off the first one. It's over the glove of Lopez into right. She's got on base twice today with her 2nd single of the start of this doubleheader. Here's Jasmine Lara. Rolled into trying to overextend a play earlier as this one's rolled to short over to first, and that's a double play. That's 6-4-3 to end it in the bottom of the 3rd, but one swing for Sarah Ellerton knocks a home run to deep left, making it 5-2. We're through 3 off to the top of the 4th. So Warriors have managed to score at least 1 run or more in each of the last frames. There's only 1-0 on the board. Both teams have been able to really at least drive in runs on both of their sides here into the top of the fourth in this doubleheader between the Westcliff Warriors and Benedictine Mesa Redhawks. In the previous half inning, Ellerton knocked a towering home run to left field just beyond the 220 wall to make it 5-2. It'll be up to Alexandra Lopez, Emma Tufnell, and Agassi Williams to get the Redhawks going to try to even it back up 5-5, but they're down by 3. Next pitch outside for a 1-1 count. Elena Sanchez up to 56 pitches already. This one, Miramontes just loses control as it slips out of her hands for a 2-1 count. Brandon Wallace, the head coach of this program, into his 3rd season now, has really changed the outlook of this Westcliff Warriors program, not only injecting his morals, his beliefs, and the way he likes to run this program, but injecting his own recruits and even his own daughter, who is the first base coach now for the Warriors, a former first baseman transferred into this program. As that one is just off the plate. That's a walk for Alexandra Lopez to lead off here in the top of the 4th. His own daughter now works with the infielders, hitters, and serves as the first base coach like we talked about. Actually calls pitches during the game, so if you pay attention to her down on that 3rd base dugout, she'll be showing signs to Miramontes in the circle. 1-0 count. Next one up, Tufnell at the batter's box. That's in there for strike 1 on the count. Bailey Wallace, first team all-count pack player in her senior year. This one's popped up in the air, heading towards the press box. And it's gonna leave the stadium. Oh, nope, never mind. Almost did. Through the gates here at the softball stadium at the Great Park. Almost had a souvenir up here in the press box as well. One, 2. Somehow got a piece, digging for that pitch that was trailing for the dirt. Tufnell stays alive with a 1-2 count. And Bailey Wallace is kind of a celebrity with this Warriors team. She not only hit the go-ahead walk-off run in the game against Hope International, but she also scored the game-winning run in the 2nd game of the doubleheader against a nationally ranked Hope International team that was number 18 at the time. Formerly played at Cal State San Bernardino as a D2 player and was known as one of the top hitters in the 2C, 2A conference. One's off. Another foul ball, and they still 2-2 count for Emma Tufnell. 1 runner at first. Lopez, after leading off with a walk here in the top of the 4th. On the way. Just off the plate, and a steal attempt just falls off the glove of Lara, covering that 2nd base bag. That's a stolen base for Lopez. And it's going to be a full count for Tufnell. A payoff pitch. Just high above the strike zone, back to Mac Woggs. Now the Redhawks have a chance to start a bit of a rally here on the top of the 4th. Agassi Williams comes up to the plate with runners at 1st and 2nd. The shadow of the stadium creeping over into the infield. Agassi Williams shows a bunt and pulls up on the first pitch. A timeout called by Bailey Wallace, who will come up to the circle. It's not just her, it's a handful of twins also helping out with the assistance of this program as well. I'm talking about Erlen Ramirez and Yardy Ramirez, and two legends of themselves in the Westcliff Warriors program, also known as the Sister Act in a lot of media. They're part of the Godinez Fundamental High School team that won their first CAF title in 2019 for the Division IV Southern Section title for the Grizzlies, the first in their program history. Brought their talents here to Westcliff University. And they really marked up the leaderboards, the record books for the Warriors. Yardy Ramirez most notably as a catcher and Erlen Ramirez as an infield player. They're both here trying to build a program for the Warriors. For Coach Brandon Wallace. That's a 2-0 count, or 2-1 count for Williams. Runners at first and second, no outs in the top of the fourth. Another pitch that's upstairs. The 3-1 count. Very close to handing out a trio of walks to the Red Hawks. Definitely do not want to load up the bases here with Jenkins at the top of the order coming up. Williams bunts it. It rolls behind Ellerton, and she doesn't have a chance to go get that one out of the air. Because of it, it's a full count. Pretty hefty payoff pitch coming up. On the way. And that's strike 3 called by the umpire. A big strikeout. Both runners at first and second. At least getting the first out here in the top of the fourth. Jenkins coming up. She's reached all times, and she's going to reach again with another single down the line. One's going to score in Lopez. Tufnell stops at third. Makes it 5-3 now. The tying runs on base now at first base. Redhawks now down by 2 in the top of the fourth. A close battle here between the California and the Arizona team. That's in there for strike 1 for Shayla Young. And for Miramontes, definitely have to be careful against Shayla Young here in the situation with runners at the corners. Young has already got 2 home runs on the season with a double as well. Definitely don't want to give it to her. Miramontes hands out a sword. With Jenkins going to second base and getting into scoring position off the stolen bag. This is a big payoff pitch here. 0-2 on the way. And it goes off the wrists of Shayla Young, and this will load the bags with 1 out in the top of the fourth. And Coach Wallace is going to come out, and he's going to bring in a relief pitcher for Miramontes. We'll take a break as we come back to see the new pitcher in just a few. So Nadia Carrillo is in for Miramontes. A freshman in a very tough spot. Doesn't get any tougher than this. 1 out, bases loaded. With Leona Madrazo coming up to the plate. She hit an RBI single in the last AB. Alexa Rice takes over at third base as the pinch runner for Emma Tufnell. Pitch on the way. The first one delivered by Carrillo's in there for a strike. Jolie Miramontes' day is done. 3 innings, 1/3. And 72 pitches. Also a new third baseman for the Warriors on the field. It just misses outside for ball 1, 1-1 count. This one misses as well, 2-1 count. Renati Carrillo, part of the Garfield High School Lady Bulldogs. So far this season, a 2.52 ERA, or 2.52 ERA, excuse me. She had 3.48 in high school with Garfield High. And she's got a 2-2 count here on Madrazo. She needs 1 out at least. It's just off the plate, 3-2. Trying to avoid driving a run in. 120 feet away is the tying run. The bases are juiced. Payoff pitch. Laced out and out of play. Responsible for the runners at second and third in Miramontes as this one just takes a one-hopper off the ground. And Carrillo trying to hold off the Redhawks. And a tightly contested one so far up to this point. She's given up 3 runs, already now 4 runs she's given up to start this season. This one's laced out in the gap, no man's land, it's gonna fall in. The game is tied 5-5. Luckily, only 1 run was scored. Here's the first pitch to Janseline Calderon. It's a 1-0 count. Hit a double last time. Bases are loaded, 1 out. A tough situation for the freshman. On the way. This one also inside. She's kind of missing the inside corner of the strike zone so far to start off in this relief effort. Trying to at least hold the game tied here, 5 apiece. Go ahead, 60 feet away. A delivery. This time it just misses below the strike zone, just barely. Did fall in for a strike, excuse me. It's a 2-1 count. On the way, jammed up, popped, and caught by Lara. Did not need to move too far. And that's the second out, a crucial out with the bases loaded. Here comes Chloe Wright. One more person and then we're through the lineup in this half inning with Alexandra Lopez, who led off the top of the 4th. That clips the outside corner for strike 1. Nadia Carrillo, a test in her early career as a Warrior. Gets thrown in and flung into a tough situation with the bases loaded. 1 out. There's 2 outs. The Redhawks have managed to tie the game, and they're trying to get the lead back since the beginning of this game where they scored the first run of the game. One count, 2 outs, bases loaded. hit to center field and over the head of Johnston. It's going to go all the way to the roll, and Chloe Wright clears the bases with a 3 RBI double. And just like that, the Red Hawks are up 8-5. And their first strike for Alexandra Lopez, who led off his top of the 4th inning. Things falling off the rails for the Warriors already early on. This one's hit, picked up by Lara, throws the first high, and off the bag is Romo pulled. A high throw from Lara continues this inning. So runners at the corners. After the throwing error by Jasmine Lara, 2 outs. No 2 count for Alexa Rice, who came in to pinch run. In her first at bat, she rolls it down. Varela throws the first, and that ends the inning. But a 6-run frame for the Red Hawks not only gives them the lead, but they're up by 3 runs, 8-5 going to the bottom of the 4th. For 7 them? No, us. Okay. So it'll look to be tough for Alina Sanchez, giving up those 5 runs to start off in the first 3 innings. It's turned into a wonder for her. She's got 8 runs of support behind her back. And she'll face off against Jessica Guillen, who will take over for Casey Johnston. On the way deep to left field, and that one's going to drive in. A leadoff double for Guillen. The Warriors trying to get a bit of a rally here in the bottom of the 4th. Trying to take back what they lost. Here's Alyssa Patlin stepping into the box. 1 walk and a ground out today. First pitch delivered is the ball. 1-0, grounded right between the first and second baseman. Gillian's going to go to home, and she scores. Patlin's going to try to extend it and go to second. She just dives in with the right hand. An RBI single for Alyssa Patlin gets the Warriors back on the board at least, and they're down by 2 runs, 8-6 now. A throw into home plate allowed Patlin to get to second base and get another run in scoring position. Varela puts the bunt down, and she'll sacrifice herself to move Patlin over to third base. The first down of the inning. Here comes Madison Mendez. A double and a fly out today. And one swing of the bat, she can tie this game right back up. She's showing bunt on the get-go, pulls up, goes after the first pitch to center field. And it will be caught by Jenkins. Patlin will be stopped on the throw. Nothing there for the Warriors. Monica Romo comes up to the plate. She hits a high one to center field. Jenkins backing up. She'll make the overhead catch. Warriors manage to get 1 run back. Still down 8-6. On to the 5th we go. You say 11? Who? Wait, who's in position now? What did you say is in right field?
Right field is still sitting right.
Oh. Wait, then who's that in center? Oh my god. Oh, no. Gotcha. Thank you. A pinch hitter to lead off for the Red Hawks. It's Janali Gabriel from San Bruno, California, stepping in. A 1-0 count to start off. After a flurry of 6 runs in the last frame for the Red Hawks. They not only tied the game, but took the lead and more, going up 8-5. The Warriors got one back in the last half inning. And that's the score right now, 8-6 in the top of the 5th. Popped up and fouled. 1-2 count. Coming up for Gabriel. Out in center field, Guillen takes over for Sydney Rutschner after coming. It's in the dirt, 1-2. Nadia Carrillo came into this game in relief of Jolene Miramontes. Could only go for 3 innings and 1/3 for giving up a flurry of runs. She came into a really tough position with the bases loaded as this one's lined and grabbed by Patlin for the second out. The first time that Analea Jenkins has been retired today. Shayla Young comes up to the plate. Hit by pitch, sac bunt, and a double as well. A 1-0 count to start off her 4th at-bat of the day. Both sides have been absolutely hot on the bats. A collective total of 7 extra base hits have been hit today. 6 doubles, 1 home run today. And it's only the first game of this doubleheader. One count on the way for Shayla Young. This one's just too high for her to take. 2-1. Three 1 for Shayla Young. Three-two count for Shayla Young coming up. The Warriors have 4 games against Benedictine Mesa. 2 today, 2 tomorrow. Later one tonight should start around 6 p.m. Tomorrow morning they'll play 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. as well. Line to center, the left field. Patlin backing up. She's not going to have a chance to get it. All the way to the wall, and Shayla Young has her 2nd double of the day. Liana Madrazo, who was the first batter that Nadia Carrillo saw in the last half inning with the bases loaded, was unable to take her out with a walk with the bases loaded to help tie the game, and she steps in here. She's managed to reach on base the last 2 at-bats. An RBI single, and like we talked about, that RBI walk. A 1-1 count, runner at second with Shayla Young, and 2 outs. On the way, rolled on the floor on the slap hit. Glove by Alvarez. Over to first, not in time. Shayla Young goes to third. A really nice bunt play there by Madrazo. The 10th hit of the day for the Red Hawks. And here comes Mackenzie Larson. Larson watches the first one in for strike 1. Runners at the corners for the Red Hawks. They have continued to put runners at the bags in each of their half innings that they've played. They've only managed to get 1 on base in the 2nd inning. That's the only time that the Warriors have limited them to less than 2 runners on the bases. Trying to even up the bags. Mackenzie Larson gets in there with the stolen bag, but she's a bit slow to get up after sliding into that second base bag. Maybe pulled a hammy there. We'll take a break. She's getting checked on by the athletic trainers. So back after the break, Madrazo back up on her legs. Okay, after sliding in what looked to be a bit of a stinger driving into that second base bag. Kind of came in and with a late slide. Bounced that right leg into that second base bag, but she's there. And the first pitch is fouled off, or excuse me, the third pitch is fouled off by Larson to make it a 1-2 count. Redhawks trying to get to 10 runs up on the board. What's been basically a tug of war up until this point. The Redhawks hold the advantage 8-6. Another early swing. A foul ball for Larson. One, two. She goes after one that's on the outside low, and it's popped up and caught. That will end the inning and settle yet another threat from the Redhawks. This time they're settled down. Still remains 8-6 off to the bottom of the fifth. I've given up trying to take pitch count. Bottom five. Sarah Elton, Savannah Alvarez, and Sydney Rutschner coming up to the plate for the Warriors. They're down by 2. And an offense explosion from both sides. 8-6 the score. Only been either 1-run or 2-run frames. But the Redhawks have a 6-run frame back in the top of the 4th. That's been the difference so far. And they're up by a lead of 2. Ellerton, who has hit a long ball today, a 2-run home run back in the 3rd inning, including a 2 RBI single that got the Warriors going in that 1st inning. 2 for 2 today, a 1-1 count for Sarah Ellerton. Ellerton has been a big hitter for the Warriors and much of her career. A 2-1 count on the way. Elena Sanchez trying to be very careful against a hitter that can change the outlook of a game with one swing. On the ground, gloved by Young to first. That settles a big AB from Sarah Ellerton, 1 out. Ellerton, who was hitting at .318 a season ago, 27 hits and 85 ABs. We talked about 3 home runs. She's almost up to that mark this season after that home run back in the 3rd inning. Up to 2 now on this season. The Warriors chasing 2 right now. Emma Avalar stepping up to the plate. That's in there for strike 1. Her first AB of today, taking over for Savannah Alvarez. Avalar, a transfer from Santa Ana College, originally from Orange, California. Goes into this one high up in the air, left center field, and it's caught by Madrazo for the 2nd out. Now it's Rutschner's turn. Two singles today already. And she's only seen 4 pitches and 2 ABs. Scored a run as well already. Trying to get a 2-out rally going as she checks her swing and fouls it off. It's another one of these closely contested games between the Warriors and the Redhawks, and it just seems like it's these 2 teams that, for whatever reason, just can't seem to let go of each other. A big swing and a hack by Rutschner as she comes up empty, 0-2. What could be the first 1-2-3 inning of the day. Elena Sanchez steps into the circle. Sets and fires. Just off the plate. Jasmine Lara waiting on deck. Warriors offering support from the dugout. Back-to-back pitches outside. That's a 2-2 for Sydney Rutschner. Didn't really get a whole lot of ABs last year, only 27, managed to get 4 hits. Didn't really get a lot of time ahead of the other starters before her. And this one is down on the floor. Lopez scoops it, throws to first and not in time. Rutschner for the 3rd time today has managed to get on base. And this time it's with an infield single. Here's Jasmine Lara, the pitch way upstairs. And Rutschner gets free 60 feet to go to second. Coach Rachel Quintero will come to the circle to meet up real quick after watching Sanchez let go of one pitch a little way too high. Or Jasmine Lara. She was the first ever head coach of the softball program at the Academy of Art University. He transformed the team into a winning program, achieving back-to-back 29-win seasons in 2010 and 2011. He was named head coach of the year between those 2 seasons. He spent 4 seasons as an assistant coach with UC Davis, mainly helping infielders and catchers. Also has assisted in recruiting and training. She brings her talents here to a program that has been trying to get out of a hole that they've put themselves in, but a tough start here, but they're on a good track as this one's flared out to right, and that retires Jasmine Laura on the flyout. We're through 5, and the Warriors are still chasing 2. Off to the 6th we go. So Savannah Alvarez stays in at third base. She's pinch hit for by Emma Avalar in the previous half inning. The Red Hawks will trying to add more to the board, up by 8-6. Here's Jasleen Calderon to lead things off. In their first strike, Nani Carrillo into her essentially her 3rd inning of work after coming into relief for Jolene Miramontes. Right now, Miramontes in line for the loss. Correa trying to hold the line and give her team a chance to climb back in. They've got 2 more chances to go in this first game of this 4-game stretch against the Red Hawks from Benedictine Mesa. 1-1 delivery. Clips the outside corner for strike 2. Chloe Wright waiting on deck. Has been dangerous all day. 2 doubles and bases clearing 1, which allowed the Red Hawks to get an 8-5 lead back in the 4th inning. Calderon keeps the at-bat alive 1-2 still. Another 1-2. This time it's too high. Here at the top of the 6th, it's been back and forth so far, but the first time we've seen double zeros on the board in an inning, as this one's popped up in the air and caught by Guillen and almost dropped the ball on the transition. But just barely hangs on to it. First out of the inning. Smiles for the home plate umpire. He knew how close that was to falling out of Gillian's glove. Here's Chloe Wright. Lets one fly below the strike zone, a 1-0 count. Twice they've been below the strike zone. Let's start off for Chloe Wright. the way. 3-0. They're certainly pitching around Chloe Wright right now, realizing that she's been that person getting extra base hits to them today. And this time comes back with the inside changeup for strike one of the count. She gets jammed up on another inside pitch, makes it a full count for Chloe Wright. Nade Carrillo, 2 earned runs so far. She came into a bases loaded situation with only 1 out. Unfortunately, just couldn't hold him off to allow the tying run to score back in the 4th inning. This one's flared up in the air. Rutschner waves off and makes the catch. Two outs. Another pinch hitter coming up for the Redhawks. This one, Sarah Potter coming in for Alexandra Lopez. Potter from Gilbert, Arizona, transfer from South Mountain Community College. Will face off against the freshman. He's one of the hopefuls to be the next future of this Warriors program, and is potentially being the next top pitcher for when Madison Mendez graduates this year. A 1-0 count to start off against Sarah Potter. He has a very extensive history back in high school, and even most notably in her sophomore year. More on that later. She got a 1-1 count on Sarah Potter. Nade already 1-0 on the season, trying to make it 2-0 instead of a 1-1. She got a 1-2 count on Sarah Potter. Alexa Rice waiting on deck for Benedictine Mesa. This one is just barely knocked towards no man's land, and another nice grab from Rutschner. That ends the inning. The first 1-2-3 inning of this game. And the Warriors are still chasing off to the bottom half of the 6th. Coming up. See. I see a 1. Nope, 7. Yep, you're right. So Potter was just a pitch hitter. Cool. I almost forgot how high-paced softball is.
Oh, what?
I'm trying to score this like I do with baseball, but I can do it very easily because they take their time. But softball's like go, go, go. I always forget about that. Two more chances left for the Warriors to climb back in. Down by 2 runs, still manageable. It'll be up to Jessica Guillen, Alyssa Patlin, and Rachel Varela coming up for the Warriors in the bottom of the 6th. Guillen, who only saw 1 pitch in her first AB of the day, came in to pinch hit for Casey Johnston and knocked a double to lead off before scoring off the RBI single by Alyssa Patlin. They were down by 8-5. They're down by 8-6. And one catches the strike zone. Nice slider. It's a 1-1 count for Jessica Guillen. She was ready for a slap hit, but the ball goes out of the strike zone for a 2-1 count. Jessica Guillen, another one of these hopeful freshmen, 5'9", coming in from Chino High School. Known for her speed and has a strong arm in the outfield. Another one of these products coming into this program from Coach Brandon Wallace's Fast Pitch Academy. Like we talked about, Coach Wallace establishing his stream of recruits coming into this program. Basically try to make them all percolate here at Westcliff University, and setting up a pipeline for this program and continue the success that they've had. And not many people believe that they could make the playoffs last year, but they did with an 8-win streak. This one's rolled on the floor. Tough play for Lopez. On to first, safe with an infield hit. Another leadoff hit for Jessica Guillen. Tenth hit of the day for the Warriors. 20th hit of the day from both sides. And now Alyssa Palin serves as the tying run up at the plate. Looking for a slap hit. Also looking for the backdoor pick on Jessica Guillen. Larson stepping out of the catcher's box. There's a pinch hitter on deck for the Warriors. On the way, Patlin slaps it perfectly into the outfield, and she's on board. And the tying run is on base. Alyssa Lopez is going to take over for Rachel Varela coming into pinch hit. Alyssa Lopez, another one of these freshmen coming out of Coach Wallace's 18U, originally from San Dimas, California. In 17 games played, had a .475 batting average, 19 hits and 40 ABs with 23 RBIs. And she'll get her first shot to try to knock a big one and give the Warriors back the lead here in the bottom of the sixth. Warriors at first and second. Guillen at second. Patlin at first. She goes for a bunt, but takes it to the backstop to start off an 0-1 count. A 5'9" righty hitter in the box. No outs are in the bottom of the sixth. A nice day. The temperature starting to drop from what it was earlier today. It was 90 degrees as the high. Back pick over to Alyssa Patlin. She dives back in safely. And a nice 79 degrees here at the ballpark now. As the sunset clears over, beautiful pink clouds in the distance. We look over the Saddleback Mountains. Lopez drills one over the heads of the Redhawks in their dugout. Makes it a 1-2 count. No out still. And a big chunk of the lineup coming up for the Warriors. Madison Mendez, Anika Romo, and Sarah Ellerton. You do not want to see any of those hitters coming up, but with no outs, Alina Sanchez will have to face at least two of them if she cannot get Alyssa Lopez out of the batter's box. 1-2 on the way. Lopez strikes out swinging. A big out for the junior from San Jose, California. Madison Mendez taken off the top of many of these teams to start out this season. .486 average this year. Fitting into a a role that many thought she would take over as a hitter. Former MVP of her team, pitcher of the year at her high school. Pulls up, digs after this one to left. Nobody can get to it in time. Just last year was hitting a .300 batting average with 6 hits and 20 ABs. She was key whenever she pitched on the way. Mendez rolls it to second base, gloved by Lopez to right for the second out of the inning. But it moves the runners over 60 feet to second and third. So now the tying run is in scoring position. It'll be up to Anika Romo coming up with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Only 1 home run last year. Was hitting .211 last season. Much better this start to this season for her. Watches the first pitch, a good stop by Larson at the catcher spot. Romo showing bunt. That one's just a little too elevated above the strike zone. 2-0 for Romo. Romo trying to deliver. Lieutenant waits on deck. Definitely don't want to see her coming to the batter's box. Sanchez delivers. And it clips the inside part of the strike zone for a 2-1 count. On the way. Curves back into the zone, a backdoor slider. A huge payoff pitch here for Alina Sanchez. Runners at second and third. The tying run 120 feet away. 2-2 count for Romo. Pitch on the way. Is just below, keeps the at-bat alive, 3-2 full. Warriors trying to make a comeback like they've done the last 2 games against Benedictine Mesa a year ago. This one driven, caught by Lopez to take down the threat. At the end of 6, Benedictine Mesa still holds the lead 8-6. One more chance for the Warriors, but one more chance for the Red Hawks to increase the lead going into the top of the 7th. Red Hawks at the top of the 7th hold the advantage 8-6. They can increase the lead if they can add more runs to the board, but Nadia Carrillo, since the 4th, has been pretty good after giving up a total of 4 runs. Only 2 of them earned. She came into a bases-loaded situation. It'll be Alexa Rice, Janali Gabriel, and then Analia Jenkins here in the top of the 7th. The first 1-2-3 inning, the previous half for the Red Hawks, and the first one of the game driven out by Nadia Carrillo in this relief effort. Trying to give the Warriors at least a chance to come back into this one. Strike one to the count, 1-1 for Alexa Rice. Been on base one time today, when she came in as a pinch runner and scored a run. Just above the strike zone, 2-1 count. Nadia Carrillo, we talked about her track record as a pitcher. She helped her old high school, Garfield High School, in her sophomore year, winning the CIF LA City Section D2 title in 2022. She hit the go-ahead runs that clinched the title for the Bulldogs. Her sister Amy was on the team as well as a senior at the time. Her father managed the fundraiser to get the rings for their team after winning that title. Driven and caught! What a reaction time from Romo to get the first down. Oh, went right into the corner. She didn't snag that out of midair. And that's the first down at the top of the 7th. Janali Gabriel comes up to the plate. She goes after the first pitch. Running back to make the grab is Gilead for the second out. And one more out to give the Warriors a chance to come back and try to walk it off down by 2. And for Carrillo, helping her old high school win that championship, was the first one in 27 years for James A. Garfield High School. They were 0-7 in preseason and eventually went to 19-8-1. Grounded, picked up by Lara, on to first. She is out. Another 1-2-3 inning drawn out by Carrillo. We go to the bottom of the 7th with a chance to walk it off down by 2 for the Warriors. Coming up, it's going to be Sarah Ellerton, Emma Avalar, and Sydney Rutcher coming up. Birthday? You? When? Your birthday's today? What the hell, man? My birthday in 4 days. Spicy. Yeah? Wait, on the 5th? March 10th? Ooh. Happy early birthday. Guess the March guy's just like working for Westcliff apparently. Well, actually no. He's not March, he's late February, that's right. So let's catch you up to speed here. Coming up is Sarah Ellerton, Emma Avalar, who looks like she was pinch hitting for Savannah Alvarez. She's back in the on-deck circle. And then it'll be Sydney Rutchner. Sydney Rutchner will be the go-ahead run and the winning run coming up here in the bottom of the 7th. It's been a very tight game through 4 innings, but either side has been unable to score runs since the 4th. Started off with the Redhawks getting 1 run on the board and 2 runs scored for the Warriors in the bottom half of the 1st, and then they went off after that. The Redhawks have the advantage after going up 6 runs on the board to not only tie it but take the lead back in the top of the 4th inning. They hold the lead 8-6. It's a 1-0 count to start for Sarah Ellerton, who has hit 4 RBIs today, a single and a home run that went over the left field wall. Trying to get on base here. She needs to indeed. This time, north to south, both missing for a 2-0 count for Ellerton. The Warriors have done this before. They've come back against Benedictine Mesa. Most notably, we talked about it last year in Arizona, where they won 6-5. And they won 3-2, scoring 3 runs in the top of the 7th. Ellerton cuts through and makes it strike 1 of the count, 2-1. Rounded out the last at bat. 2 for 3 today. 2-1 on the way. It's on the ground. It's a 3-1. So at least Ellerton can try to get on base. And it feels like the Warriors cannot get a single out until the winning run is on base. We'll see if they can pull it off here. Alina Sanchez has been on the circle for every inning so far. 5-pitch walk for Ellerton. We're going to bring in Marilyn Lewis to take over for Sarah Ellerton at first base. As a pinch runner. Faster speed at the bags. That's what she's known for. Served as the go-ahead pinch runner for her high school team. She's working on improving her skills as a slap hitter, but she won't need to right now. With the help of Ellerton getting on base and Lewis replacing her from Granite Hills High School, one of the other hopeful freshmen for the Warriors. One of the few true freshmen on this team. Now here's Savannah Alvarez. Early swing and fouls off the first pitch. She serves as the tying run at the plate, the winning run on deck. Sanchez trying to get at least one out before the winning run comes up to the plate. Right now, Jolie Miramontes in line for the loss. But if the Warriors can come back, Nadia Correa will get the win. 0-1, too high. Lewis replacing Sarah Ellerton after a leadoff walk, 5 pitches. Stands at first base. 180 feet away from scoring. This one grounded off the glove of Calderon, trying to recover, and she makes the out at first base. One gone away in the bottom of the 7th. 2 more chances for the Warriors. Now Rutschner, instead of becoming the winning run, will turn into the tying run coming up to the plate. On the 5-3 play, Lewis moves over to second base. In scoring position now. Warriors down by 2, 8-6. Big swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt, and Lewis tries to take third. She does indeed off a bad throw. The ball gets away, and she will score. Basically, it's an error regardless. Now the Warriors are down by 1 run, 8-7. Driven to right, backing up is Williams. She cannot get to it. It goes to the wall. All speed ahead. Rutschner rounding second, going to third. She's in there with the triple. Rutschner's gone on base all day today. Only singles, and now she's on base with an extra base hit, a triple that she drilled to right. And the tying run is 60 feet away, just like that, with 1 out in the bottom of the 7th. Now, Ellerton led off the inning with a walk, replaced by Lewis. Lewis was able to get the second off a sacrifice ground out, stole third, scored on a bad throw. Now Rutzner hitting a triple. 1 out, bottom of the 7th. Tying run 60 feet away. It's going to be on the shoulders of Jasmine Lara to take the first game of 4 against Benedictine Mesa. They were down by 3 runs early in the 4th. And they climbed back in. And to start off a 1-0 count for Lara. And an RBI single today, grounded into a double play, a fly out. She needs 1 ball in play to force the tying run to come around and score. And after the meeting from Rachel Quintero, trying to at least let Alina Sanchez settle back in at the circle. And now the infield is also starting to dig in close to the plate in case they try to lay on a sacrifice bunt. The corners aren't in. They come in on the pitch, and it's too high. It's a 3-0 count. There's nothing wrong with walking Jasmine Lara in this situation. You put her at first base, you can force a double play to end the game. You definitely don't want to see Guillen come up to the plate. She's already been 2 for 2 today after taking over for Casey Johnson, a double and a single. Showing bunt, pulls up, but it's in there for a strike. It keeps the at bat alive. Guillen standing out as a freshman, 5'9". She is showing off all her colors today. She has to wait, but now she'll come up to the plate with a walk by Lara. And they caught Sanchez sleeping, and a free bag for Lara eliminates the double play to try to end the game now. She was standing in the circle when she took second, so legal, right? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. So Quintero comes out after the weird play that just happened. Lara came up after a walk, went to first, and it seems like Sanchez was caught sleeping. She was in the circle though, so I'm not sure if the umpires want to try to appeal this or not with Quintero, but they're probably just going to let this one go. And instead of giving a double play attempt, instead it becomes runners at second and third. The winning run is going to be in scoring position at second. And Quintero is going to go to the bullpen in this situation. So we'll come right back and talk about the new pitcher in 90 seconds. Who's that, 26? 28, okay. So, runner at second, so 2 scores. The starting pitcher will be Mike. Thank you. All right, new pitcher on the mound for the Red Hawks is Jacqueline Morales, a 5'4" sophomore from Mesa, Arizona, a hometown player. Pitching a 9.63 ERA, 0-2 on the season. She's coming into a tough situation, but right now, if the winning run comes around and scores to win it for the Warriors, The loss would go to Alina Sanchez. And here comes Jessica Guillen, who has been perfect 2 for 2 today. First pitch, it's just foul. Lara walked in her previous at-bats, took second, with not even a pitch thrown, with the pitcher inside the circle. And instead of a double play try attempt for the Red Hawks, it turns into a tough situation here for Morales in the circle against Guillen, who's hit a double and a single today. She tries a show bunt. And the pitch was upstairs and makes it a 1-1 count. The winning run 120 feet away after the Warriors managed to get a run to start off this bottom of the 7th with a walk by Ellerton. Lewis would pinch run and take over. And Guillen behind 1-2 now. After swing and a miss. Alyssa Patlin right behind her. 2 really tough ABs coming up for Morales. Rutschner at third, Lara at second. And a swing and a miss. A tough AB goes down, and down to their final out is the Warriors. Alyssa Patlin comes up to the plate. 2 for 3 today with a walk and 2 singles. Just needs 1 swing of the bat to try to win the game. She gets one to right field. Gabriel will stay in her tracks, and that's the end of the game. The Red Hawks hang on to the Warriors rally. They had runners at second and third, and they take the first game of 4 here tonight. We'll take a break here on the Warriors Sports Network. Not done here. Off to the nightcapper we go. The Warriors go down 8-7 in the first game of 2 here at the stadium. We'll take a break here on the Warriors Sports Network. Justin Lee on the call.
It'll be like 6:30 or 6:40. That's right. Justin, you gotta help me out. How did you? How did you crop this?
gonna miss it. We're gonna be here. So, and then we have cousins and uncle, our uncles and aunts tomorrow too. So we're like, we'll miss the Saturday too this time. You might need to rap again because I want to know what you're rapping.
Oh, right.
A little bit, just a little bit.
Break that, you know?
Keep your feet up. She got one win when she started, and the other one she You're not gonna pitch game one because she's all relaxed. She's never like that. She's always like, just look at over there. Look at the score. Where's my glove?
All her daughters.
Oh yeah. I'm like, this girl's like, I'm in this game.
You work fast.
Oh, okay. Well, they had good reason.
That's like scary when they come in there like, when my game's going awry and they throw.
But I just do it just better. I'm not a sports person.
Lola. Like Uncle Donnie did. Oh, she was just slipping out. He told us that. He goes, it was so funny because like the week before they told us, she just gets out of these things sometimes. And like a week later. Hey, look at that dog. It's like Lola. So quickly.
So humans are either greyhounds, Rottweilers, and so you're like
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, and then you get that, and then it is that teddy, and then they go down in size. That's how it works. So she's got the broad top, kind of fat and small. So she's
This is small. This is small. This is small. This is small. Oh, really?
It seems odd to like
It's a cute dog, too. There you go.
yeah, they all love it. That's what
He's just so comfortable. That's what they said. It took me 46 years to calm down. It took Johnny, Johnny, how long years take you to calm down? You're still not calm down.
I've never done it.
But then it's because
That's exactly what I do.
it's like, okay. And then this girl goes to this girl, this girl. That's what.
Yeah. We want to talk more about stuff like I'm totally down for
But
it.
then, hey, once you get signed, they start walking over. Yeah.
Watch the other people.
You're like, how you hanging, bud?
Start sleeping better.
Yeah. Like the harness you guys got. Drink?
We have Coke
See,
too.
now, boy, I was calling. Like, remember, you were always calling Kobe. What's your name? Regular. Well, I get cuts. I used to call him. Yeah.
No problem. Yes, sir. Gotta take care of you.
Yeah, my teeth hurt.
Coke Zero, right?
Yeah, so zero sugar, yeah.
Can't get a hold of guys here that's in charge.
Yeah, you look younger. Also, how you doing? My dog loves taking snaps. But some dogs are I know. I just never get. I'll be eating. They'll sit there. You won't say one word. Once she sits down, they start
they're
crying.
smart.
There's extra money now. I think that's
That's the key.
that's one of the keys. been drinking for about 15 years.
Mine? And he was like, how's mine and yours? It's not.
Yeah, yeah, it is. I know. I don't drink every day. Once a week, once every 2 days. Yeah. Yeah.
delivers the first pitch, an off-speeder that lands in for a ball. Madison Mendez, a Continental Athletic Conference Pitcher of the Week. Second best most wins in the CAC a year ago, 2.27 ERA, third in the CAC 1 year ago, along with 101 strikeouts for her season. Will not be an easy task for the Red Hawks, who came away with a massive win over the Warriors. Red Hawks trying to get out of that 2-8 hole, and that one clips the ankle of Shayla Jenkins. She'll have a free bag. So already a first base runner for the Red Hawks in the second game of 2. The series 4 games, 2 tomorrow, starting at 11 a.m. between these two squads. The Red Hawks have the upper hand in this series to start off after that 8-7 win today. One's in there for a ball for the next man up, Liana Madrazo. Liana in the last game, 2 for 3, 2 singles, and a walk, including a run as well with 2 RBIs. Shows bunt, pulls up, makes it a 2-0 count. Madison Mendez, wearing number 1, former transfer of Southwestern Community College, CalPAC first teamer a year ago. That's in there for a strike, or for a 2-1 count. Liana Madrazo. Red Hawks now 3-8 on the season, climbing out of a hole with a slow start. The Warriors dropped to 10-5 after that loss earlier today. But right now in the CAC standings, they would be first place if the season were to end today off of this hot start. And that's a strikeout for Madrazo looking. Two retired, still running at first in Shayla Young. And the first strikeout, and first of many for Madison Mendez. Back pick to first, nearly coming back with Shayla Young stepping on the bag right before the throw makes it to first base. 1-0 count for Mackenzie Larson. Larson reached on the fielder's choice, a single, a strikeout and a flyout earlier, and the ball gets away from Ellerton right behind her. And this allows Shayla Young to get to second base on the pass ball. And meanwhile, most of the other fans on the bags, but nothing coming around to score for the Red Hawks to start off in the second game of the nightcapper. Off to the bottom of the first we go. Jessica Guillen will start things off. Right behind her, Rachel Varela, Madison Mendez, Alyssa Patland at the 4th spot. Batting 5th, Sarah Ellerton, Anika Romo at the 6th spot. Casey Johnson at the 7th. Jasmine Lara at the 8th, and then capping the lineup off for the Warriors, Savannah Alvarez at the 9th spot. They'll face off against Alyssa Chavez, who delivers the first pitch for a ball to the right fielder. Again, came in as a pinch hitter in the first game. It was almost perfect. 2 for 3, a strikeout, a double, a single, and a run. So a showcase and a test for her as the standout true freshman on this Warriors team. Proved herself, and now she's going to test herself in the leadoff spot. Now with a 2-0 count in front of Benedictine Mesa's best pitcher in the circle for the Red Hawks. Right up the gut. Goes Jessica Guillen with the leadoff single. Three hits today for Guillen, and she's certainly showing out. Product of Chino High School, product of Coach Brandon Wallace's Fast Pitch Academy. Here's Rachel Varela. Wanted to show bunt. It doesn't go for it. Starts off with a 1-0 count. Alyssa Chavez this season, 7 appearances, 1 game start, a 3-point. Warriors have had a very tough start to their season, but it's a pretty good outcome nonetheless for what they've had to go through. And Varela fouls it off into the glove of Calderon. Strike 3. The first strikeout of the day for Alyssa Chavez. And here comes the pitcher, Madison Mendez. So pitcher on pitcher. Here at the bottom of the first, 1 out. 1 man at first in Guillen. Inside fastball just misses inside. 1-0 count. Warriors had to go through Hope International, who they walked off twice a year ago to cap off their season on an 8-game winning streak, before Grace University, which they won 2 games. As that ball gets away just for a moment from Calderon. Quickly becomes a 2-0 count. They lost the first game 1-10 in that doubleheader, and then ended up walking off against Hope International again in the second game against the number 21 team in the nation. This one is driven to right center field, and making the running grab is Jenkins to get the second out. It's a 2-way in the bottom of the first. Guillen still waiting at first base. And Alyssa Patlin comes up to bat. She's doing pretty good in the first game. 2 singles, an RBI, a walk, a flyout, and a ground out in that first game of this doubleheader. First pitch upstairs. As Calderon is watching closely at first base with Gillian standing there. A 1-0 count for Patlin. Warriors started off the preseason playing scrimmages against some D2 and D1 teams. That one off the glove, rolls into shallow right. And Patlin gets on board with an error. He continues this half inning in the bottom of the first. And for Sarah Ellerton, who's been showing off the big bat. Started off the first game with a single, a 2 RBI single that gave the Warriors the lead early on in that game, and also knocked in a 2-run home run. And she goes swinging for the dirt and misses. 0-1 count. Warriors at first and second after the error by Larson, who could not pick up the ball and recover. 0-1 offering. Missed upstairs, 1-1. Rachel Varela, who is in the dugout right now after striking out. She was the one that forced the walk-off on an error hit. Patlin was the one that drove in the tying triple in that game against Hope International. It's a 2-1 count for Sarah Ellerton. They went 2-0 against Nelson University from Arizona. They finished 0-2 against Southern Oregon, the #1 team in the nation, but they did give them a fight in the first game. They lost 3-4 in a tight one and couldn't really get an ounce over them in the second game, losing 1-7. Fullerton has a 2-2 count. They went 1-1 against the #10 team in the nation, Oregon Tech. Won the first one 2-1 and almost pulled off the sweep, but they lost 2-3 in that game. This one off the plate, 3-2. A full count with 2 outs. Here's the payoff. And it misses upstairs for a walk, and the bases are loaded just like that. And Coach Quintero is going to come out to talk to the umpire. Potentially asking about the strike zone, maybe. She's instead going to go from the home plate umpire to the base umpire. Not sure what that conversation was about, but I'm sure we'll get word on that a little bit later. As Head Coach Quintero will head back to the dugout. And we're underway once again. Bases loaded, 2 outs in the bottom of the first. Monica Romo showing bunt, her first AB of this game. Pulls up, wanted to pull the trigger, but pulls up on it, and it's right down the middle for strike 1. One on the way, right up the middle. It's gonna fall in. One's gonna score, another is gonna come around and get in there. A 2 RBI single for Anika Romo gets us started with a 2-0 score up on the board for the Warriors. Warriors taking advantage of that infield error that could have ended the inning. And they're up 2-0 to start things off in the second game of this doubleheader. Here is Casey Johnston as she watches the first pitch upstairs. So one of those runs unearned for Alyssa Chavez. Fielding error from the E4. And a big dig and a miss from Casey Johnston. Makes it a 1-1 count as she comes up empty. She was subbed out in favor of Guillen back in the first game of this doubleheader. She struck out swinging. This is her second AB of the day. That one is in there for a strike off the outside corner. And one strikeout away from retiring this inning and just limiting the damage to 2 runs. Chavez offers and just misses upstairs. A 2-2 count on the way. Keeps it bat alive with the foul by Casey Johnston. Nika Romo standing at first base after that 2 RBI single right up the middle. And Sarah Ellerton with the walk up at second base, 120 feet away. This one almost cuts the knees off of Casey Johnston, and she has a full count. Jasmine Lara waiting on deck in the 8th spot. And a swing and a miss by Casey Johnston. Down goes number 11. And second strikeout for Alyssa Chavez, but the Warriors managed to capitalize on an infield error and score 2 off the 2 RBI single by Annika Romo. It's 2-0 as we're off to the second.
Gabriela.
Through one, and it's already instantly a 2-0 ball game for the Red Hawks. And Warriors going up by 2 thanks to the 2 RBI single by Annika Romo. To lead things off, Chloe Wright, Alexa Rice, and then Nancy Velez. Coming up 6, 7, 8 in the lineup here in the top of the second. Between Benedictine Mesa and the Westcliff Warriors. The first pitch offering by Madison Mendez is just in sign for a ball 1-0. Former first team All-CIF delivers 2-0. Trying to improve what she did a year ago. A 2.27 ERA. Right behind basically the best in the nation from Georgia Gwinnett. This time she offers up a strike, 2-1. Late swing, delayed one, popped in the air, and it's caught by Romo coming down the first base line. Had to get out of the way of Chloe Wright running down the first base line, but keeps her focus to make the first out. That's in there for strike 1 to Alexa Rice. He's in the designated player spot for the second game. Came in as a sub. As a pinch runner for Emma Tufnell back in the 4th inning of the first game, and then pretty much just took over from there at that point. Quickly, she's behind with a 0-2 count on Madison Mendez. This time she tries to offer up a off-speed pitch and makes it a 1-2, and she misses just barely outside. And a swing and a miss, strike 3. The second strikeout. And the third batter retired by Madison Mendez. Here's Nancy Velez stepping into the plate. One of the other relief pitchers for this Benedictine Mesa team from Peoria, Arizona. Making her first AB of the day. She's behind with a 0-1 count to start off. 1 count. Just misses off the plate. 2-1. And just trying to get around this Benedictine Mesa team and give them a win in 2026 against the Red Hawks. And a swing and a miss. 2-2 now. It's a full count. Madison Mendez, she was ranked number 44 overall in the entire country. And she was the 3rd best pitcher in the CAC behind basically the best pitchers in the country, including the number 1, and a slow off-speed pitch. Catches Nancy Velez, swinging. Down she goes. The 3rd strikeout of the day for Madison Mendez to start off. Through 1.5, still remains 2-0. To the bottom half we go of the 2nd. Bottom of the 2nd, Jasmine Lara, Savannah Alvarez, 8-9, and then back to the top of the lineup with Jessica Guillen. Here at the bottom of the 2nd between the Benedictine Mesa Red Hawks and the Westcliff Warriors. They're up 2-0 after the 2 RBI single by Annika Romo. Right up the middle back in the last half. First pitch, swinging, popped up in the air. Larson makes the grab. 1 pitch, 1 away. Mendez behind 2 of the best pitchers in the country. Jarvis with a 0.93 ERA, and then Kaylin James with a 0.88 ERA and 135 innings pitched. The best pitcher in the country. That's who they had to face off in the CAC tournament last year. The Warriors made a magical route to make it to the Continental Athletic Conference tournament playoff rally. And right now, a 1-0 count as this one's rolled over, picked up by Velez, throws to first for the 2nd out. 3 pitches and 2 outs already here in the bottom of the 2nd. Warriors in the first game of that tournament had to face off Georgia Gwinnett and lost 2-7 as the first bunt on the floor by Jessica Guillen. And they're saying she is out. Because the ball apparently rolled off her foot, so a bit interesting there. And Coach Wallace wants an explanation on that as well. He wants a little bit of help from the base umpire in a rally, but it's going to stand for now. And just like that, a 1-2-3 inning for the Red Hawks defense, and we're through 2 off to the top of the 3rd. And Madison Mendez not really wasting no time at all. Only really has one warm-up pitch, and then that's it. We're off here in the top of the third inning after what they're ruling as a bat interference after Gian dropped the bat after bunting the ball, and apparently the bat got in the way of the defenders making a play, so she was called out on that interference. That was a 1-2-3 inning in the last half for the Redhawks defense. The offense will try to get on the board, and a strike one, swing and a miss by Janelle Gabriel, who's out in right field for this game. Came in as a sub back in the first game. Struck out swinging and a line out to left field. And that one's watched for an 0-2 count. My kids on Christmas morning opening their presents. She watched that one all the way through. 0-2. Falls over and it's a called strike three. Watch it like it was the last season of Lost. Fouled off on the first pitch at the back of the top of the lineup for Analea Jenkins. Quickly an 0-1 count. The fourth strikeout tonight for Mendez as this one is lined right to Varela for the second out. The out's coming and the innings flying fast. 2 away in the top of the third. Mendez trying to waste no time at all. In there for strike one to Shayla Young. Able to manage to get on base. Her first AB of this game on a hit by pitch. He floats an off speeder. It just misses outside for a 1-1 count. Mendez went for 200 2/3 innings pitched a season ago. Maybe the most, as that one is lined down just foul outside the third base line. Maybe the most innings pitched in the conference, certainly, but one of the most innings pitched in the season for any pitcher in the NAIA. She was 18-14 last year. Went off to a 3-3 start. She's already made 4 complete games. That's kind of what you'll get out of Madison Mendez. Just barely getting a piece. Shayla Young off the end of the bat fouls off the off speeder. And there was a point to the season where Madison Mendez made multiple starts, even starting 4 games in a row at one point. She's gone to length multiple times, but that was the reason why the Warriors were even able to get into the playoffs in the first place a year ago. Another rollover just fouled down the third base line. And Shayla Young fighting for this at bat. So Warriors in that tournament, we talked about the first game losing to Georgia Gwinnett. They beat their Calpac rival in Simpson University 3-0. Beat Florida National in the game 3 of the semifinal round 4-1, and then unfortunately came up short against Georgia Gwinnett 0-5 in that game. Shayla Young fights it all the way to get to a 2-2 count now. And she fouls it off of her left foot, and she's going to take a minute to walk it off. So fighting for this AB. Pitch number 8 coming up for Shayla Young. 2-2 count, pitch number 8 of the count on the way, and it's just outside, and Shayla Young has kept it alive for a full count. Right up the gut, and it's in there for a single. Nine pitches in that AB, and she's able to get on board and avoid a 1-2-3 inning. And showing bunt on the first get-go. Mayana Madrazo with a 1-0 count. Oh, one on the way, driven and just inside the chalk, down into the left field corner. Shayla Young rounds third, she's gonna go home. An RBI single from Leona Madrazo puts the Redhawks on the board, 2-1 now. Still in favor for the Warriors, down up by 1. The first shades of life for the Redhawks in the second game of the doubleheader. They managed to get it by Madison Mendez for the first score on their side of the frame. And they're 1 run away with the tying run at second base. Mackenzie Larson ahead with a 1-0 count. Off-speed pitch, just misses a 2-0 count. That's the 6th extra base hit and the 6th double actually by the Redhawks today in a combination of 2 games. So they are really getting good hits off the ball here tonight. This one is grounded, and it's just going to trail foul. It's been a tough road for the Redhawks so far. They've been giving up a .388 batting average so far this season, but combined they are a .292 team in a shorthand of the games that they played so far this season. They have 4 home runs, 6 triples, and 12 doubles. So if you do the math, that's already 19 doubles that they've hit. This a full count for Mackenzie Larson. 2 outs in the top of the third. Redhawks trying to even it up at 2. Down by 1. Payoff pitch coming up. And it's grounded off the clipboard of Bailey Wallace, who's just standing in front of the third base dugout. Keeps the at-bat alive, though, for Mackenzie Larson. Another payoff pitch. Fighting these pitches off one by one. Keeps it at a full count. Trying to do what Shayla Young did with 9 pitches, trying to get on board. Just like that single up the middle. Pitch number 8 on the way for Mackenzie Larson. Another fought-off pitch by Mackenzie Larson. Looking for a 9th hit of the season, hitting .267. Hasn't walked too much this season, only 1 walk. Pitch number 9, and she barely gets a piece off the end of the bat. The sixth pitch, she's managed to foul off of Madison Mendez. We'll see if she tries to come back with a heater. Off speed, catches Mackenzie Larson to take him down. The Redhawks do get on the board with 1 run thanks to the RBI double by Madrazo. Off to the bottom third we go here on the Warrior Sports Network. Giving up the tying run, and the buddy who helped out her own school at Garfield High School, the Lady Bulldogs, managing to get the go-ahead runs to clinch the title in the CIF LA's City Section Division II title for Garfield High School. Their first championship in 27 years. Madison Mendez behind with a 1-1 count. As she comes up, she flew out to center field the last time. She drives this one just in front of Madrazo, and she gets on board. Back-to-back singles to start off from the bottom of the third. Well, the pitcher doing her own duty and getting on base. Mendez with her team-leading 19th hit with that single to left field. And now Alyssa Patlin will come up. Reached last time on that error which extended the first inning before coming around to score the 1 of 2 runs that came across thanks to Monica Romo's RBIs, 2 RBI single. Patlin offers up a bunt and comes up empty. And 0-1. For Nadia Correa, who's at second base right now for a school that turned it around in the preseason, 0-7 before finishing 19-8-1 overall and finishing first in her league with an 11-1 record. And this one is driven right to Larson. Young gets the throw over from Larson, and it's a double play. Carrillo gets doubled up at second base, trying to go for third on a driller from Patlin. And just like that, there's 2 outs. Ellerton hit a home run in the first game. Trying to tie her season totals from a year ago. She's up to 2 already. Trying to be patient at the plate and wait for a good one. 1-0. Fouls this one to the Westcliff dugout. One count. This one is clipping the outside corner of the strike zone. 1-2. And Chavez with a little bit of help from her own defense. A 1-2 payoff is kept alive by the foul ball. A nicely crisp night here on this Friday. 73 degrees from what it was earlier today. Pretty hot. 90 degrees was the high here in Irvine, California. As Ellerton watches the next pitch, 2-2 remains the count. Weird weather a week ago. It rained and almost dipped down into the 40s here. And she keeps it alive with another foul ball. They're doing just like what Mackenzie Larson and Shayla Young did in the last half frame, keeping the bat alive, just fouling off pitches with what she does. You can credit a lot of that ability to just get the ball or bat to ball from the Benedictine Mesa's interesting way of warming up the bats by using PVC pipes to practice swinging out in the, you can see it in the pregame, practicing with the what looks to be what they bought from Home Depot and just swinging at. They also use a PVC pipe to hit mini wiffle balls to try to get themselves to work on that bat to ball contact. And just like that, full count walk for Sarah Ellerton. A man at first and second with 2 outs in the bottom of the third. So 8 pitches for Ellerton. She's able to get on board with another walk, 2 in a row. Romo comes up to the plate and goes after the first pitch, pops it up in the air. Young from shortstop, standing under it and makes the grab. Small threat from the Warriors, but nothing comes across. They're still up 2-1, and it's another closely tight game as we're through 3 off to the top of the 4th. Just like always, short break when it's Madison Mendez up on the circle. And here into the top of the 4th inning, the Red Hawks trailing by 1 in a 2-1 ball game. Janseline Calderon, Chloe Wright, and then Alexa Rice coming up. 5, 6, 7 batters. Already 5 strikeouts for Madison Mendez. Trying to tack on some more. First pitch flared out. Johnston sits under it and makes the grab. One out here in the top of the 4th. Remember, the other games start tomorrow, 11 a.m., and if it doesn't go further than a 2-hour mark, then it should start at 1 p.m. for the second game. Game 4 of this series against the Red Hawks for the Warriors. An 0-1 count for Chloe Wright. She flew out to the first baseman, and Annika Romo, her first at bat. And just barely gets a piece off the end of the bat for an 0-2 count. She's behind. So far, nothing but strikes in this half inning for Madison Mendez to start off. Off the plate, 1-2. Chloe, one of the few seniors on this team, as she drills it right past the first and second baseman. They try to make the play at first base by Ian, but not in time. With Chloe Wright racing down the bags, a single with 1 out. A 3rd hit today for the Red Hawks. In the last game, the Warriors managed to get 12 hits, but it just wasn't enough for them to get by. As the first pitch delivered in there for strike 1 to Alexa Rice. He struck out last time. Red Hawks had 10 hits, 8 left on base. The Warriors had 9 left on base. But even though the numbers should seem like they should be flip-flopped, the Warriors ended up losing that game 8-7. 1-1 count for Alexa Rice. Elena Sanchez got the win in the first game. Jolene Mermontes handed it the loss. And Jacqueline Morales with the save in that game Redhawks in their first road trip of the season. Try the back pick at first base, but nothing. As Elton pulls up and double takes. Appeal to the base umpire, and it's a 2-1 count. Over the years, the Redhawks have been slowly improving their records. In 2022, they had 6-42. 2023, 11-29. To 2024, it was 16-29. And this previous season, 15-24, they finished. So they've been able to improve over the years. They're just trying to become the first squad here in 2026 to go above 500 in their program history. It's a 3-1 count for Alexa Rice. Drilled and a one grab, caught in the air and doubled up. A double play to end the top of the 4th inning. A great play from Correa, who came in to sub for Rachel Varela. And we're off to the bottom of the 4th after a really nice play from the second baseman. Bottom of the order for the Warriors, 7-8-9. Casey Johnson, Jasmine Lara, Savannah Alvarez coming up for the Warriors after a really good play from Nadia Carrillo, who just came in a sub at second base. And showing bunt off the first get-go is Casey Johnson. She made a leap at second base on the liner from Alexa Rice. And threw to first to double up Chloe Wright at first base to end the inning with a double play. And these freshmen have started to really show themselves early on in this season. A handful of really good true freshmen showing up for the Warriors. But all right, back in the present, Casey Johnson behind with the 0-2 count after the swing and miss. Six freshmen in total on the roster. This one's driven to right and drops into no man's land. A blooper single for Casey Johnston to lead off. The 5th hit of the day for the Warriors. Mostly just been singles in this game so far. And Jasmine Lara will come up to the plate. Switch out the ball real fast. Something wrong with the seams there, it seems like. Well, regardless, it's a leadoff single in the bottom of the 4th for the Warriors. We're up by 2-1 right now in the second game of this doubleheader. Started at 7 p.m. as the other game went a little far, and that's a strike for Jasmine Lara as the ball goes off the helmet of Calderon. They didn't really rule it a foul ball, so she was at second base. I think she was okay to be there at second base, but there's been a handful of weird plays so far in this game, and you're going to just see another one again because it wasn't a foul ball, and Casey Johnson was okay at second base, but she really just automatically went back to first thinking it was a foul. She's going to try to retake it again as Jasmine Lara shows a bunt. Saw out on a bat interference from the second inning from Jessica Guillen, who laid down a bunt and dropped the bat right in front of the ball, which caused the interference. Ball on the ground, dropped to the first baseman, picked by the pitcher, and thrown it behind Larson. They're going to go to second. They get the out there. It's basically just a sacrifice ground out because Casey Johnson comes around to score. It's a really weird play in the last one as Savannah Alvarez comes up empty. 0-1. Jasmine Lara gets cut down at second base for the first out. A really crazy play. It is an error, E1, as the ball got away, but the right fielder Gabriel came behind and threw to shortstop to get the overextending runner, and Jasmine Lara, she gets taken down, but the sacrifice allows Casey Johnston to come around and score at home, and it's 3-1 now for the Warriors. Upstairs for a ball, 2-2 for Savannah Alvarez. A couple of weird plays the last few minutes or so. Johnson earlier took second base on a ball that looked like a foul ball but was not ruled it that way, and she just took second and then thought it was a foul ball and then went back to first, and the umpires didn't really say anything because they didn't really need to. It was more up to the awareness of the other defenders out in the field. That's a 3-2 count for Savannah Alvarez. Delivers, and that's in the ground for a walk. Back to the top of the lineup now, and Jessica Guillen will step up to the plate. A single, a run scored. Was retired for the second time today off of that weird batter's interference that was called on her. Goes after the first pitch right back to Chavez, and she'll flip it to first base for the second out. On the ground ball, Alvarez moves to second base. Here comes Nadia Carrillo, relief pitcher today. In the first game, 3 2/3 pitched, 2 earned runs, a strikeout, and 4 hits. Did all she could to allow her team to try to make a comeback and win it as she fouls off the first pitch off the net. She made that impressive 4-3 double play on the liner from Alex Rice, where she made a leap and threw to first to double up the runner, Chloe Wright, in the previous half frame. And the true freshman starting to show out for the Warriors. And just like many of the others, all 6 of them that have shown up on this team, and many of them coming out of Coach Wallace's many academies, the Fast Pitch Academy and the 18U team as well. Carrillo shows bunt, throw down to third, backed up by Young. Nobody's ready to stand on third, and that's a stolen base for Savannah Alvarez. Two outs in the bottom of the fourth. 3-1 is the score for the Warriors, up by 2 runs. A 2-1 count, 2 outs. Runner 60 feet away from scoring. Chavez delivers. It's below the strike zone, 3-1. Jammed up and fouled off the net. Not as high scoring as the first game. And included a 6-run frame in the top of the fourth by the Red Hawks. A 0 up on the board in the previous. Jammed up, flared out to shallow right. And making the basket catch is Larson to make the third out. One run comes around on a strange error hit by Yasmin Lara, and it's 3-1. Warriors add another run up onto the board. We're through 4 and off to the top of the fifth we go. Top of the fifth we go here on the Warriors Sports Network. Game 2 of this doubleheader. Here in the nightcapper, Madison Mendez still in the circle with her team up by 3-1 at the top of the fifth. Emma Tufnell will lead things off, taking over for Nancy Velez, who only got one AB. She takes over here as a pinch hitter to lead things off. The Red Hawks chasing 2. Driven over the head this time of Carrillo and into the gap. It's going to roll all the way to the wall. And rounding second, trying to go for third. The throw will not be in time. It is a lead-off triple for Emma Tufnell. The 7th extra base hit knocked on by the Red Hawks in a total of 2 games. It's the first triple of the day for the Red Hawks. Every other extra base hit so far has been a double, and Madison Mendez will have to face off against the 9, 1, and 2 hitters with a runner 60 feet away from scoring. Janali Gabriel with a 1-0 count. Makes it 2-0 with the pitch outside again. Tufnell comes in as a pinch hitter. Immediately makes it work for her. Only had one AB in the previous game. This one's lined right back to Lara, and Tufnell just close enough to the third base bag to get back in there and not get doubled up. One out of the way, and we're back to the top of the lineup. Analea Jenkins 0 for 2. 4-3 ground ball and a liner to the second baseman in Varela before she was replaced by Carrillo. First pitch, she goes digging for that one. Fouled off to the net. Analea Jenkins, 5'2" senior, native of Utah. Off-speed pitch, that has been absolutely disgusting all day. An 0-2 count, and she's used that pitch as a strikeout pitch so far throughout this game. Madison Mendez, she already got 5 strikeouts, looking for number 6. 0-2 count for Analea Jenkins. It goes ground ball, Madison Mendez checks the third, throws the first for the second out. Easy work for Mendez up in the circle. Now there's 2 outs after the leadoff triple from Emma Tofnell, pinch hitting for Nancy Velez. There's Shayla Young. He reached twice today. A hit by pitch and a single before being driven in by Leona Madrazo's RBI double. That's the only run on the board from the Redhawks so far in this game. A much different tale than what they did in the first game against Jolene Miramontes. And Nadia Carrillo managing to get 8 runs across the home base bag. 2-0 count for Young. Another floater, and it's not going to get called this time. A 3-0 count. That just barely misses low below the strike zone. And it's a 4-pitch walk for Shayla Young. Runners will be at the corners with 2 outs. I've got to be careful with this AB. Leona Madrazo and Coach Brandon Wallace realizes that, and he'll head up to the circle to have a meeting with the infield. A crucial moment here as the tying runs at first base and a runner 60 feet away at third base in Tufnell, managing to get there off the line triple into the gap in right center field. That's been the story so far here in the top of the 5th, as the Redhawks are chasing behind by 2 runs, down 3-1. These games have been extremely close between these 2 squads. You know, BMU is 3-11 against the Warriors since 2022. The Warriors have managed to win just by the hair on their teeth. 6-5 the last time out, and 3-2 out in Arizona in that doubleheader. Yeah, 4 games. We've already gone through 1. We're here in the second game, and Madison Mendez will have runners at the corners with 2 outs in the top of the 5th. Leona Madrazo, a heater delivered just outside for ball 1, 1-0 count. Madrazo has been pretty productive today. 3 hits in total in 2 games, a walk, and an RBI double. Driven the first 1 run of the game. They try to go at second with Shayla Young, just evening it up. And now there's 2 runners in scoring position with 2 outs. Last pitch was in for a strike, so it's a 1-1 count for Madrazo. Just misses the top outside corner. 2-1. Mendez already up to 75 pitches on this outing. 5 strikeouts. Driven to left and just foul over the dugout of the Warriors on the third base side. Runners at second and third. Shayla Young at second. Tufnell at third base. The tying run 120 feet away for the Redhawks. Trying to even it up at 3 apiece. Here's a delivery. Grounded on the floor. Past Mendez. Past the glove of a diving Laura. One's going to score. Shayla Young's going to stop in her tracks at third, and meeting up at first base and going to second is Leona Madrazo with an RBI single. That's her second RBI of this game. Now the Red Hawks are behind by 1 run. The tying run is 60 feet away. The go-ahead 120 feet away at second base. First pitch dropped on the ground, stopped by Ellerton. And I think Mackenzie Larson thought it took a piece off of her left shin. Or just getting out of the way of the runner. And she steps back in. She's got a 1-0 count. A strikeout and a walk in this game. Pops it up, left side. Patlin makes the grab. Red Hawks managed to get 1 across home plate. They had a tying run 60 feet away, but unable to tie this one up. It's a tight one again, 3-2 as we go to the bottom of the 5th. Bottom 5 here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Another doubleheader tomorrow in this 4-game series against Benedictine Mesa, the Red Hawks from Arizona. It'll be Madison Mendez, Alyssa Patlin, and Sarah Ellerton. 3, 4, 5 in the lineup for the Warriors in the bottom of the 5th. The first pitch just outside, delivered by Alyssa Chavez, who's into her 5th inning of work here. The Red Hawks managed to get within 1 run the previous half inning. Thanks to Madraza's RBI single again. Right up the middle, past the glove, picked up by Young. And the ball offline, gets away from the first baseman. Mendez will get an extra bag. Third error today from Benedictine Mesa. And this one allows Madison Mendez not only first, but gives her second. And she'll be leading off at second base in front of Alyssa Patlin, who will step into the batter's box. Trying to extend the lead for the Warriors. She shows bunt. She gets a piece off the end of the bat. Draws it foul for an 0-1 count. Ellerton awaiting on deck, the big hitter for the Warriors. Waiting for a second chance to try to get home run number 3 on the young season. Patlin shows the bunt, and it's just going to go foul. But Patlin originally from Santiago Canyon Community College. The 3rd best batting average in the Continental Athletic Conference with a .425 batting average. And 113 at-bats. She had 48 hits, 2 doubles, 3 triples. She watches the next one fly. 1-2 count. And Patlin, a Calpac first teamer. 3rd on the team in total hits, 14 hits, excuse me. 13 runs, the most on the team this year. She's been hit 5 times in the batter's box. But she cuts around and misses on a pitch down and low. Strike 3. A reverse K, the third one of the day for Alyssa Chavez. Sarah Ellerton, she's reached twice on 2 walks. Managing to load up the count early on the swing, and it's driven way out of the park, but it's foul anyways. A long strike for Sarah Ellerton. Ellerton, who knocked that home run over 230 feet over the left center wall in the first game. Watch this one, it just misses above the strike zone, 1-1. This one off the plate, outside, ball 2-1. Ellerton looking for a good one in this at bat. Ten RBIs on the season. Already has 12 from that home run earlier, and 2 more from an RBI or 2 RBI single back in the first game. That gave the Warriors a lead in game 1, but it just wasn't enough to get by. She's got a 3-1 count here. Goes after the pitch outside, and it's a full count for Ellerton. Another full count for Ellerton, the 3rd time in this game that she's driven up into a full count. So payoff, 3-2, 1 out. And just off the end. A 3-2 count. And he swings and misses. The first time she's been retired in this game. Another strikeout, the 4th one, 2 in a row. And all Madison Mendez can do is wait at second base after reaching on that error from Young to start off this inning. There's the first pitch to Anika Romo. 1-0 count. Kind of started with that 2 RBI single and the first AB earlier. Just out the plate as well. 2-0 count. Romo showing bunt. Pulls up. Pitch a little too high. A 3-0 count. Benedictine Mesa on their first road trip of the season. 2 more games tomorrow. Then they'll go back home to play against Mount Mary University in a doubleheader before taking on Park University in the first games of the GSAC in that opener in March next Friday. A 3-1 count for Anika Romo. They arguably have one of toughest schedules in the GSAC. If you're a member of the GSAC, it's really tough to play in that conference. Pitch inside, ball 4. The 4th walk today for the Warriors in this game. Benedictine Mesa, they'll take a trip to the Tucson Invitational. They've got Mayville State, Valley City State from North Dakota, and then Carroll College coming up in that Invitational. Driven to right center field and turning around over the shoulder, Gabriel to make the catch. And that'll leave 2 on the bases for the Warriors. Still 3-2, still tight, but we're through 5 and off to the top of the 6th we go. 5, 6, 7 part of the lineup coming up for the Red Hawks. Yasleen Calderon, Chloe Wright, and Alexa Rice to lead off in the top of the 6. 2 more chances for the Red Hawks. Try to pull off a stunner. They've already won the first game, and they're trying to win the second one against a Warriors team that is trying to at least get themselves in the NAIA leaderboards. That's on there for strike 1, delivered by Madison Mendez. It's been a good start for this pitching staff for the Warriors, collectively at 2.48 ERA to start off this season. Every pitcher has a sub-3 ERA on this season. The opponent batting average at 281. Well, he managed to give up 2 home runs. But the big glaring one, 20 doubles. They've already given up 6 doubles today in these 2 games. This one's driven and caught on the liner to Patlin. Oh, it's driven well, but right to the left fielder. So Calderon is retired, and Chloe Wright will come up to the plate. 5 more outs to come away with a win in a tightly contested one. And that one on the floor, and this time it gets between the third baseman and the shortstop. 1 pitch single for Chloe Wright. That's her second one of this game. The Red Hawks really seeing it pretty well so far. They're gonna have a pinch runner coming out for Chloe Wright at first base, with Alexa Rice coming up. The pinch runner will be the tying run 180 feet away from scoring. Nagasi Williams, who started the last game in right field, and she will be the pinch runner at first. Driven and right into the gap, going to right field. Williams turns around, she's gonna go and be waved home. And Alexa Rice is gonna go to third. The throw off line, backed up by Patlin, and RBI triple ties the game up. The former of Grace University comes in, races around the bags and manages to score. And we're tied up at 3-3. The 7th hit today and the second triple of this game for the Red Hawks. And the go-ahead is now 60 feet away thanks to the RBI triple into the right center gap by Alexa Rice. Warriors in trouble in this one now. The second pitch is fouled off by Emma Tufnell, who came in as a pinch hitter for Nancy Velez. And she led off with a triple in the last frame for the Red Hawks. And got into that same spot on that liner into right center field before coming around to score. This is on the floor, glove by Carrillo. She elects to go to home plate, and the throw is offline, and the Red Hawks have the lead. 4-3. So the fielder's choice gives the Red Hawks the lead as Alexa Rice comes around to score. And the Red Hawks are out in front and continuing to do what they've done to the Warriors, but right now they have the upper hand after falling a year ago twice against this team. And Ollie Gabriel shows up. Asking one of the players to go back into the dugout from the home plate umpire. 0-1 count, and there's only one out here in the top of the sixth. 2 runs on the board for the Redhawks. Pitch is fouled off by Janelle Gabriel. Jenkins awaiting on deck. And Madison Mendez having a game that we typically have not really seen from her, giving up leads and allowing the go-ahead run to come across, but that one wasn't her fault this time. Right up and past the glove of Mendez. It's going to go into the outfield and stopped in her tracks. Emma Tufnell stops right at third. And things just starting to fall off the rails here for the Warriors, and Coach Wallace doesn't like what he sees. He's going to come out. It looks like Mendez is going to get taken out of this one.
Six re-enter for 17. 6 for 17.
So 3 hits here in the top of the sixth has given the Redhawks the lead. They were down 3-2, and they flipped it 4-3. Runners at the corners. There's only 1 out. A single, a triple, and then the fielder's choice, a throwing error by Carrillo. She gets switched out for Varela, who comes back into the game at second base. Mendez still in the circle, so she'll have to face off against the 1-2-3. Pass to Silva Mendez over to second base, and a high throw over the bag. They get the lead, at least 1 runner out, but another run comes across. 5-3 now for the Redhawks. Two outs in the top of the fifth. The Redhawks are out extending the Warriors by 2 runs now. They've driven in 3 here in the top of the sixth. 1-0 count for Shayla Young, who's reached on base 3 times in this game. 1 by hit by pitch, 1 by walk, and 1 by a single. And collectively, the Redhawks have knocked in 18 hits already in a combination of 2 games, just forcing the ball in play every time. And that one lost control by Madison Mendez. It's a 3-0 count. Now the Warriors on the other end of this one. We've got the bottom of the 6th and the bottom of the 7th coming up to try to take back this game, and at least even up this series 1-1. That's a 4-pitch walk for Shayla Young. Reaching 4 times consecutively in this game. First pitch, that's in there for strike 1 to Leona Madrazo. Have to be careful with runners at first and second. He's hit a RBI double and an RBI single already, capitalizing on runners in scoring position. 4 hits today in combination, but Madrazo's behind in an 0-2 count. Mendez trying to get out of a dirty inning. 3 on the board for the Redhawks. This one's rolled on the floor. Picked up by Laura, throws a first, and that's in time for the out. 3 runs come across for the Roadhawks. They lead 5-3 when they were down 3-2. All be on the shoulders of Jasmine Lara, Savannah Alvarez, and Jessica Guillen coming up in the bottom of the 6th. 5-3 is your score for the Redhawks.
Re-enter, 21 for 4.
Is it what, 21 comes in for 4?
Seven in, 16 out. 18 in, 42 out.
So Coach Brandon Wallace is going to go into the dugout and pull out 2 subs. Pinch hitter for Jasmine Lara and Savannah Alvarez. Casey Johnston will take over. Pinch hit to lead off here in the bottom of the 6th. The Warriors chasing 2 runs. They were up 3-2 in the previous half. But the Redhawks managed to get 3 across. Not only tie it, but take the lead and extend it by 1. Casey Johnston in, goes after the first pitch and fouls it out into the crowd. Johnston was in the first game. She struck out swinging. Jessica Guillen was the one that replaced her. She comes back in after missing what could have been many of her ABs. She's got to try to get on base with the tying run on deck. Alyssa Lopez is going to take over for Savannah Alvarez. Hit well past the glove of the first base right. And a leadoff single for Casey Johnston. The first of potentially many to try to start a quick rally here in the bottom of the 6th. Alyssa Lopez comes up to the plate in relief of Savannah Alvarez. Lopez struck out swinging in her first AB of the day in the first game, coming to sub in for Rachel Varela. She'll step into the box, lets the first pitch fly upstairs 1-0. Chavez up to 88 pitches now in this outing. Trying to hold off the Warriors now in a win situation for her. Outside, trying to go for the steal. Johnston in there. They were trying to back pick there at first base, and Johnson was halfway between first and second and just elected to go to second base with a throw being made over to right. She gets in there quickly and safely. Johnson with her 3rd stolen base on the season. 2-0 is a 3-0 call. Trying to get the tying run up on base. And Alyssa Lopez. Brandon Wallace may try to go get a pinch runner up there. And the pitch is inside, clipping the strike zone, 3-1. Lopez trying to go the length. And a swing and a miss. The It's a full count. Jessica Guillen, the freshman, awaiting on deck. If Lopez gets on board, she will be the go-ahead run. Fights off a pitch on the outside. Full count. Was originally a 3-0. Popped up in the air to third base. Velez makes the grab for the first down. A favor in the hands of Chavez, 1 out away. Jessica Guillen, the freshman, the lefty hitter, coming up to the plate. Known for her speed and a strong arm in the outfield. Again, a product of Coach Brandon Wallace's Fast Pitch Academy. Already hitting .345 on this young season. Digs on the ground for the next one. It's a 1-1 count. Already has 13 hits on the season with the addition of 3 from today. Trying to get on board. She only has 1 RBI this season. Trying to get number 2, and the pitch floats low below the strike zone. 2-1. Warriors men's basketball team unfortunately fell to Stanton in a close game in the CalPAC tournament. Their season is over, unfortunately. So, tough day to be a Warrior. And tough to be in this situation for the Warriors right now. With the softball team, a 2-2 count for Jessica Guillen. Needing to force this ball in play. With Rachel Varela awaiting on deck. She fights off a pitch on the 2-2 count. Varela, who hasn't really had too much success today at the plate. Two. Inside, nearly clips Guillen. The dugout wanted the strikeout call, but they don't have the view of the plate. It'll be a full count for Guillen. And it's off the plate. A full count walk. I'm not sure why she waited. And she's on base. Yes, you can go to first base, Jessica. Rachel Varela, a strikeout, hit by a pitch, fielder's choice, a sac bunt on the box score in these 2 games for her. She comes back in place of Nadia Carrillo. First pitch upstairs as she tries to show bunt. Runners at first and second, Guillen at first. And Casey Johnson at second base with that leadoff single to start off this bottom of the 6th inning. The Warriors trying to come back out, down by 2 runs, where they were leading 3-2 in the previous half. Varela shows bunt again, pulls up, and it's another ball for a 2-0 count. Warriors want to try to get these next 3 batters up at least, or maybe save them for the next one, but with runners in scoring position, you want to at least get one of them up, and I'm talking about Madison Mendez, Alyssa Patlin, and then Sarah Ellerton. 3, 4, 5 right behind Rachel Varela in the box right now with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. You want these big hitters to come up to the plate. So if Rachel Varela can load the bases up here, this would be a good scenario for Madison Mendez, who unfortunately gave up the leading score to the Red Hawks, and that throwing error by Carrillo allowed them to get up ahead 4-3 in the last frame. So the pitcher can try to get the job done herself and put it into her own hands. like that one guy with the Dodgers. 2-0 on the way. It's on the ground. Varela with a 3-0 count. She'll most likely have a red light on this next 3-0 pitch to allow Mendez to at least get up to the plate. Here's the pitch. It's in there for a strike. Chavez needed that pitch. She needs 2 more. Three-one on the way. Varela goes after it. On the ground, throws a first, easy out there. A sac bunt to put the tying run in scoring position. So 2 outs, the bottom of the 6th. 2 runners in scoring position. The tying running Casey Johnston, Jessica Guillen at second base. Casey Johnston 60 feet away at third. Madison Mendez, the pitcher, got us up to this point before giving up 3 runs to the Red Hawks to give them the lead. She can put it in her own hands here in the bottom of the 6th. 1 up on the board, but they're still down by 1. 5-4 off to the top of the 7th we go.
Re-entering for 17. 10 coming in for 1. 16 re-entering. And 42 re-entering.
So Cecilia Hogel, the senior from Coker University, the transfer from South Carolina, will take over from Madison Mendez. 5'5", and to watch from the bullpen much of the season before. She gets her opportunities to at least come in here and throw for this season, but there's a 2.29 ERA to start off, a 3-1. Already has 1 save this season, and she'll come into a situation where she'll try to hold the Red Hawks as the Warriors are down by 1. She had a 4.74 ERA at Coker University. 22 appearances, 2 saves. She's a solid relief pitcher for Coker. And she comes in here to try to hold off this Benedictine Mesa team, which has come flying out and once again drawing 1-run games against the Warriors. Warriors had the advantage last year in 2 games. The Red Hawks have already taken 1 advantage in the first game. It's a 2-1 count for Mackenzie Larson, who will lead us off in the top of the 7th. Jesseline Calderon, number 20, who applied the tag on the tying run from Jessica Guillen at the plate on the fielder's choice to end the last half inning. And then right behind her, Nagasi Williams, the pinch hitter. Either that or Chloe Wright will come back in, so we'll see where that goes. But top of the 7th, Cecilia Hogel needs to hold off the Red Hawks by 1. And it just misses low. A leadoff walk. As Link Calderon steps in. Double play still applies. And Hogel will certainly try to draw that situation and force a ground ball. 0-1 count for Calderon. 0 for 3 today in this game. A ground out and a fly out, including a line out. Big wind up. Tries a back pick at first. A 1-1 count. Redhawks dugout getting loud. Trying to take a 2-0 lead over the Warriors in this first of 2 games in this 4-game series. This one's high up in the air. It's going to go foul behind the backstop. Low in the strike zone, 2-2. Warriors just having some struggles here against a team that feels like they should be able to beat, but so Mendez managed to at least put 1 run across in the last frame for the Warriors. Almost drove in the tying run. But now she'll have to try to close out this one and hold off the Redhawks and try to give herself her own win. Meanwhile, at second base, they're going to bring in Charlie Calderon. I'm going to assume it's her sister, a freshman from Fillmore, California. Maybe there's no relation, I don't know. From Avondale, Arizona. Yeah, they just have the same last names. One's from California, the other one's from Arizona. So completely wrong in that assessment. Carly Calderon at second base for Janslene Calderon. And that pitch is going to hit Chloe Wright. Madison Mendez just comes right back in, and the first pitch ends up knocking off the left arm of Chloe Wright. Don't want any more than 2 runs of insurance to this Redhawks team. Mendez delivers a fastball right in there for strike 1 to Alexa Rice. She was the one that brought it in within she was the one that brought in that tying run on that RBI triple. Our last AB. Again, the 8th extra base hit from the Redhawks in these last 2 games. A 2-1 count for Alexa Rice. Trying to get out of the hole here for the Warriors. No outs. It's up in the air. Mendez will make the overhead grab over to second, and she was way off the bag, and it's a double up play for Madison Mendez. Basically just right on a silver platter for Madison Mendez. And Carly Calderon got injured diving into the second base bag, so they're going to check on her, but on double play and quickly 2 outs in the top of the 7th. We'll come right back. Carly Calderon is taken out, and she's able to get back up on her 2 feet and walk to the dugout at least. Thanks to that double play by Madison Mendez's own hand. Pop up in the air by Alexa Rice, right to her glove, and Calderon was way off the second base bag, and she got doubled up there. A 1-1 count here for Emma Tufnell. 2 runs scored for her today, a triple. And got on board with a fielder's choice. A slow pitch, stared at all the way down for a 1-2 count. And now 1 strike away from limiting the damage to a single run in the top of the 7th. She's gonna need it. And it's fought off and fouled by Emma Tufnell. This game's not coming easy here for the Warriors. Having to fight every single inch of this way through. And the Red Hawks have shown that they're a gritty team after coming back down by 3-2 early in the game. Another pitch fouled off, and just like we said, the team just fighting grittily against this Warriors team that has showcased that they can be one of the best teams in the country, but you can't really lose these games against teams that are coming into these ones 2-8. Warriors have got to be able to at least win this series to at least say they've been able to put themselves out in front of teams like this. 1-2 on the way. On the floor, Varela gloves it. On to first. And that retires the side. Red Hawks put another one on the board. An insurance run, 6-4 off to the bottom of the 7th. The Warriors need to at least tie it. So Alyssa Patlin, Sarah Ellerton, and Anika Romo, 4, 5, 6 in the lineup. They need 2 runs to come across the plate to give the Warriors a chance to walk it off. The second chance they have to try to walk it off against the Red Hawks. And Patlin, who was the last hitter in the previous game, just flew it out to right field, and that ended the game with runners at second and third. So she'll have a little bit of a redemption here in this bottom 7th, down by 2. Patlin lets the first pitch fly, 1-0. Against Alyssa Chavez, who's up to 111 pitches, 4 strikeouts today, 5 walks in 6 innings pitched. She's into her 7th inning of work here. Red Hawks managed to put 1 on the board for insurance. They were up 5-4. They were down 3-2 early on in the game before a 3-run frame in the 6th inning allowed them to come through and tie it and take the lead. A 2 will count for Alyssa Patlin. 3-0 to start off, and you certainly want to at least bring up Ellerton. So Patlin trying to get on base. We'll probably have a red light on a 3-0 pitch here. Ellerton can tie the game up with 1 swing of the bat. Here's the pitch. Watched low below the strike zone, a leadoff walk. And the tying run will come up to the plate. The winning run on deck in Romo. It's all led by these three seniors, Patlin, Ellerton, and Romo. 3 of the 8 seniors on this team. Down and into the corner! On the first pitch, Ellerton puts Patlin at third base, and the tying run's in scoring position just like that. And Coach Quintero is going to come out of the dugout. And we'll see what she does here with the meeting at the circle. And she is going to take out Alyssa Chavez and bring in a relief pitcher. 2 runners on base. A leadoff walk by Patlin. A double down the third base side into the corner for Ellerton. The game-tying run, 120 feet away. And that does it for Chavez. The winning run coming up to the plate. And a new pitcher for the Red Hawks coming up in the bottom of the 7th.
Five in, 23 out. 5 for 23.
The new pitcher is number 28, Jacqueline Morales. She came in as a relief pitcher in the last game. A strikeout, in for 2/3. Pretty much got the save, and she's going to try to get another save here. No outs in the bottom of the 7th. The tying run, 120 feet away at second base. Sarah Ellerton with that double down the third baseline, replaced by Marilyn Lewis, who will pinch run for her at second base. 0-1 count. It's a 1-1 for Annika Romo. A 1-1. Romo showing bunt. Pops it up to left field. This might at least score 1. It's caught deep by Madrazo. The throw is offline and backed up by Morales. And at least 1 run comes across for the Warriors. 6-5 on the sacrifice fly by Romo. And there's 1 away. And the tying run is 60 feet away now. So 1 away, and here's Casey Johnston. Pretty good today, an RBI, a single, a run, and reaching on an error. This one nearly gets her inside a hip for ball 1 of the count. Morales in the same situation here, already has 1 from the previous game. 96.63 ERA. She delivers the next one, same spot, misses inside 2-0. Wouldn't run at the plate. And Marilyn Lewis at third base, 60 feet away from tying this one up. The same spot and another one that misses inside 3-0. A similar spot here, and that one's in this time for a strike. A 3-1 count. Or excuse me, Sydney Rutschner is up at the plate right now. It's fouled off. Jasmine Lara is waiting on deck. Looking to come back in after Johnston replaced her. This one is fought off again. It's a full count for Rutschner. This is a big out here for Morales if she wants to secure the second victory of the day and sweep the Warriors on this Friday evening. Full count. Jammed up, rolled on the floor. Larson elects to go home, and she's in safely. The fielder's choice allows the score from Marilyn Lewis, and the game is tied. And the Warriors have managed to get this one back. But now it's on their hands to try to walk this thing off. 180 feet away is the game-winning run. Rutschner on first after the fielder's choice. They tried to get the tying run, and that's really all they had to do. And a great run there by Marilyn Lewis to get her hands on home plate and tie this one up. It's a 1-0 count for Jasmine Lara. Upstairs, 2-0 count. Jacqueline Morales having some issues with the strike zone right now. Savannah Alvarez waiting on deck. Fouled off. Just need one swing of the bat here. That's all they need. No home runs this season for Jasmine Lara. She has 2 doubles. Trying to be the hero. And she lays one off for a 3-1 count. They were down by 4. They've managed to score 2. Coming into this bottom 7. Coach Brandon Wallace just maybe trying to ice Morales up on the circle and giving some words of advice to Lara, and at least give her a little bit of a time to breathe before this 3-1 pitch comes away. 6-6 is the score. The Warriors have managed to tie this game up, but they almost had a chance to do it the first game. And now this is a game of redemption for them. 3-1 count on the way. It is in their first strike as Lara throws away the bat. And a full count as she has to go pick up the wood. Full count payoff pitch. A crucial out here for Morales in relief of Alyssa Chavez. This one is driven, and it gets by into right field. Going to third base, Sydney Rutschner is 60 feet away from winning this game for the Warriors. One more swing of the bat is all they need. And there's only one out on the board. And Coach Brandon Wallace may try to have Jasmine Lara try to steal second to avoid the double play situation with runners at first and third, just like they did earlier. They did the same exact thing. It was a weird play that was earlier in the game. Nadia Carrillo did the same exact thing early on in the game, so we'll see what happens here. And here's Savannah Alvarez. Game-winning run 60 feet away. 6-6 is the score in the bottom of the 7. Ball on the ground, good stop by Calderon. Rutschner's the one at third base awaiting to celebrate with the blue jerseys. Alvarez cuts inside the inside pitch and makes it 1-1. Just one out. All she needs to do is force this ball in play. The Warriors were down 6-4 coming into this bottom seventh. They've scored 2. 6 all, but on the ground. Picked up by Morales, and she can't make the play, and the bases are loaded. The Warriors continue this hard attack. Bases loaded now for the freshman Jessica Guillen. The standout freshman who led off this game with a single now has a chance to try to be the hero, and the first pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Trying to take one back from the Redhawks. All the bases are juiced up, so the only play they can make is really at first and home. The infield is in. Guillen fouls off the next one, and she's behind in an 0-2. Rachel Varela awaits on deck just in case Carrillo cannot finish this game. Rutschner 60 feet away. O2 delivery. Swing and a miss, and down goes Guillen. And a crucial out for Morales up on the mound to try to force extras. 2 outs, bases loaded, 6-6. The situation you always love playing in when you're doing MLB The Show. Ball 1 upstairs. 2 outs, bases loaded, 6-6. Warriors trying to split the series early in this 4-game set against Benedictine Mesa from Arizona. 1-0's on the way for Varela. And she just watches it fly right down the middle. 1-1. Mendez, who started this game as the pitcher for the Warriors, is awaiting on deck. But it's in the hands of Varela. A 2-1 count on the way. Puts it up in the air. Playable for Larson. She will make the play. The game is still tied. The Warriors managed to bring this one back in, and we're going to extras to decide this one. Back here for the top of the 8th coming up. 6-6 ball game.
Last scheduled batter for Benedictine last inning. Number 18. Thank you.
I was eating them.
So tiebreaker rules in the top of the 8th inning. 7 innings, not enough to finish this one. And what has been just continuously close games between these two sides the last few years. Warriors a 2-0 in 2025 over Benedictine Mesa, just winning by 1 run in both of them. And Benedictine Mesa has had the upper hand in the first game, winning 8-7 earlier today. So runner at second base. For the Red Hawks. And Danelli Gabriel will lead things off here in the top of the 8th. He drops the bunt. Mendez will make the play to first. And it moves the pinch runner over to third base, 60 feet away now from taking the lead for the Red Hawks. So 1 out, top of the 8th. Driven to left. Patlin was way in, backing up and making a one-handed grab, but it will give the Red Hawks a lead on the sacrifice fly. And the Red Hawks are up 7-6. Upstairs for a ball for Shayla Young, 2 outs away. Madison Mendez just trying to nail the top of the 8th. Keep it to at least just 1. Which will be best case scenario right here. A floater that misses up, 2-0. So Varela will be the one on second base in the bottom of the 8th coming up when we get out of this one. And Mendez will be the one to step up into the plate for the Warriors to lead off in the bottom of the 8th coming up. But 2-0 count is now a 3-0 count. Mendez up to 114 pitches on the day now. She delivers, and it's off the plate. A 4-pitch walk and a 3rd walk in a row for Shayla Young. The 5th walk today for Madison Mendez as she's given. Liana Madrazo trying to apply a slap hit as the pitch goes outside for 1-0 count. She goes coast to coast, but can't get the other side of the strike zone, 2-0. 6th ball in a row for Mendez. And it's in the strike as they try to back pick at first with Shayla Young getting back. Warriors are trying to get back and get past 10 wins. 10-5 on the season now. That one's on the outside corner for strike 2. 2-2. Big payoff pitch for Mendez coming up. On the floor, glove by Lara, throws to first. And she's out just in time. Off to the bottom, 8th we go. the Red Hawks managed to get the runner at second around to cross home plate. Now they're up 7-6. But coming up, Rachel Varela will be at second base, and Madison Mendez will come up to the plate.
15, 6. 6, thank you.
Lila, 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 Lila. You have to use restroom? Huh? You have to use restroom? Okay, come.
318.
Ruby,
So Varela will be at second base. She's the tying run. And Madison Mendez right behind her. Alyssa Patlin and Sarah Ellerton are going to come up. Big bats for the Warriors. All they need is at least one. But the game-winning run is going to come up to the plate. And it's in the hands of the starting pitcher, Madison Mendez, to try to win out her own game with one fell swoop. She faces off against Jacqueline Morales. And they're calling a strike on the bench of the dugout for the Warriors because of some kind of noise complaint. Well, Coach Wallace is getting his money's worth. Something about a timing violation by the home plate umpire. Wallace will just eat his own and go back to the third base spot. And they're going to give a strike to Madison Mendez on an 0-1 count now to start off on this leadoff. "120 feet is the game-tying run. Mendez going after the first pitch, deep to center field. It's going to hit the wall. This will at least tie the game, and Mendez ties the game with one fell swoop just like that, 7-7. And the pitcher just doing it all by herself, tying up the game, but the job still ain't done yet. 7-7, and Madison Mendez will serve as the game-winning run. Here's Alyssa Patlin. Shows bunt and lays it down, and it rolls foul. Mendez 2 for 3 today. A single and that RBI double here in the bottom of the 8th. Continues to make this game entertaining as it can be. Alyssa Patlin now trying to get the winning run across. Goes after it, digs it to left. Madrazo backing up. She makes the catch for the first down. With nothing Mendez can do since it went to left. Tries not to challenge the throw from Madrazo. So one gone and away, and here's Sarah Ellerton, who we know can destroy a ball. She's already got a double, which allowed Marilyn Lewis to come in as a pinch runner and end up coming around to score. That was the tying run. And now she can try to knock in the game-winning run.
Come here. No, girls.
1-0 count to start off against Morales. An outside pitch and just tips it right into the glove of Calderon. A 1-1 count. Lucky number 7's up on the board in this nightcapper of this doubleheader between the Red Hawks and the Warriors. Popped up and fouled. Annika Romo awaiting on deck. If Ellerton can't get it done, it'll be Romo with 2 outs. Morales trying to force the 9th inning. And a swing and a miss. Ellerton late on the swing, and she goes down for the 2nd out. And here's Annika Romo trying to win the game. That's the first pitch fly and stares at it all the way down like a Bob Ross painting. 0-1 count. And Romo is behind in 0-2. Morales trying to force the top of the 9th. What does Morales go with here in this pitch? Massive payoff again. And it's off the plate, trying to get Romo to swing at that one. One, two, Romo inside. Is it gonna drop? No, it stays up. From a draw zone, we're going to the top of the 9th. 7-7 as the Warriors managed to come in with the game-tying run. And Rachel Varela, thanks to Madison Mendez, but we're not done yet. We're gonna go to the full length of a baseball game. Coming up.
I got a water. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Been a long day since the start of this one, 7 p.m. We're getting into the 2nd and 30-minute hour just about in this one. Top of the 9th we go, 7-7 is the score, and we're getting close to the same score from the last game, where the Redhawks won 8-7 in 6. But on the floor, Mendez is gonna drop the ball, and she can't make the play the first, and the go-ahead run moves 60 feet to third base. Mackenzie Larson on base after the error. And she's going to go to second, and no throw over as she evens up the bags and eliminates the double play try. Strike one of the count for Esleen Calderon. Go ahead run once again 60 feet away and threatening in the top of the 9th in the 7-7 game. That one's in for strike 2, and now the only thing Mendez can do is just focus in and lock in. And trying to get 3 outs in a row. The infield in for the Warriors as well, trying to get the go-ahead run out at home plate in case there's a ground ball on the floor. Lets it fly and drops and dips below the zone. 1-2. Pedrazo's the one at third base. Mackenzie Larson at second. Mendez in her own zone. after tying up the game with one fell swoop in the 8th. This one's on the floor. She's going to go to home plate, and it's in time. A great recognition from Mendez to get the lead runner. Mendez playing her own game. Gets at least one out. The double play is still on if they want to try to go for it. We'll see what they elect to do in the infield. Plenty of speed at third base, and Mackenzie Larson, who's now at third base on the 1-2 play on the fielder's choice. The corners are loaded up. And the first pitch is inside for Chloe Wright. Alexa Rice awaiting on deck with one out in the top of the 9th. And what continues to be an entertaining game. It's driven to right, and in the infield close was Guillen, and it's going to go all the way to the wall. Guillen can't find it. They're going to add one and another one to the board. 9-7 for the Redhawks on a triple by Chloe Wright. Redhawks are just having fun at this point now. Having fun with it against Madison Mendez, and they've not only brought in the go-ahead run, but they added an extra one, and Mendez has fallen apart as she hits Alexa Rice in the left foot. And once again, the corners are put up with runners and one out. Emma Tufnell will come up to the plate. And all Mendez can do is try to limit the damage to 2. In the top of the 9th, the Redhawks continuing to keep pace with the Warriors. And the first pitch just outside for a ball. The Warriors in the bottom of the 9th will have Romo at second base, Rutschner coming up to the plate, Jasmine Lara behind her, and Savannah Alvarez at the bottom of the lineup. And they're going to need to score 2 to at least tie it up again against a gritty Benedictine Mesa team, which has continued to prove that they're a team that can put it together against the best. And the Warriors playing down to a team that felt like they could have just swept them in the first 2, but it just hasn't been that way for them. It is a 3-0 count and 1 pitch away from loading it up for Janali Gabriel. With the red light, she just stares it down like she's going to the movies. A 3-1 count. And fouls it off to the back net for a 3-2. Each of these batters an important out for Madison Mendez. Needs one to get another out and make it 2 gone. Desperate for the moment, a full count on the way. And that's a strike 3 called. They try to make a play at second base. Alexa Rice gets herself a stolen back on the strikeout. The second out of this inning. And now there's 2 runners in scoring position. Check swing. Appeal. Yes, she goes around. Janali Gabriel behind it, an 0-1 count to start off. Runners at second and third. The Redhawks have scored 2. And they have the lead 9-7. And their first strike 2. 0-2 count. 11 hits for the Red Hawks, 12 for the Warriors. That one off the plate, 1-2. And even with 3 errors from the Red Hawks, it's allowed the Warriors to at least stay in this one. The Warriors haven't been able to become opportunistic. 11 left on base for the Warriors. And a floater that is just fought off by Janali Gabriel. She almost got caught sleeping. It keeps the at-bat alive. And certainly do not want to turn the lineup over. And this one is fouled off and fought off again by Gabriel. And caught by Alvarez to get the 3rd out, but the Warriors are going to chase 2, going up in the bottom of the 9th inning, down by 2. Romo at second base, Rutschner, Johnston, and then Lara, and then Alvarez coming up in the bottom of the 9th.
See you later. See you later. I don't think that's one.
Bottom of the 9th we go. The Warriors are trailing 2 after a 2 RBI triple by Chloe Wright. It was 7-7 starting off in the top of the 9th, and now it's 9-7. We're going to put Annika Romo at second base in extras. Sydney Rutschner watches ball 1. Both sides have managed to score the extra runner on the bags. And each of the last 2 halves of these extras. And it's a 2-0 count for Sydney Rutschner now. Back and forth. Warriors managed to tie it up. They've been behind for a couple of times. And that one is just fouled by Rutschner. And that could have scored a run there if it was in fair. The Warriors 2 runs in the 7th inning, managed to tie this thing up, and they just couldn't finish the job. And now here we are, down by 2 for the Warriors. It's jammed up and popped up, and it's going to go off the net for a 2-2 count on Sydney Rutschner. The Redhawks are looking for a clean sweep on this Friday against the Warriors and basically take half the series in this 4-game set. This one is off the left knee of Rutschner and foul. Warriors will play, these 2 teams will play tomorrow, 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. in the second part of this 4-game series. Another pair of doubleheaders for the Warriors, and they're going to have to figure out how to try to settle down the flame from the Redhawks tomorrow. A tough day for the Warriors today. A full count for Sydney Rutschner. Trying to get on base and serve as a tying run. The game-winning run is on deck. Rutschner, and that's just barely foul. Rutschner comes back to the plate. And Morales, who came in relief of Alyssa Chavez, has been solid, but she has given up tying runs. Trying to go for the win now. And Rutschner fights it off. Another pitch which he's fouled off, and pitch number 9 coming up for this AB. Morales delivers, and a full count walk to lead up for Sydney Rutschner, and the tying run will manage to get on first base. I'm sure much of the crowd who's been here since 4 p.m. is ready to go home. A collective almost 6 hours we've been out here at the stadium in total. This game got delayed from the first game at the end because it did go longer than it should, and they had to redo the field as well with the chalk and push it to a 7 p.m. start time. But it's all been entertaining and whatnot as Jasmine Lara steps in, drills it to left center. It's gonna fall in all the way to the wall. One's gonna score. Romo comes in, turning around and going to home is Johnston. Tie game. And the Warriors have done it again, and they've tied it in the bottom of the 9th. A 2 RBI double for Jasmine Lara has given the Warriors life once again. And the game is tied to 9 apiece on both sides. And they just continue to hurl at each other back and forth in this tug-of-war game. The Warriors have not led since giving up 3 to the Redhawks back in the 6th inning. And then the Warriors managed to tie it up, and they just have been playing from behind ever since. As Coach Quintero up at the circle trying to strategize with the outfield on what to do here. And Savannah Alvarez will come up. The young junior transfer from LA Mission College. 120 feet is a game-winning run. This needs a good piece of it. Popped up in the air. In play, 2 people will go after it, and it's caught by Wright over the head of her catcher, Calderon. That could have been dangerous. But there's one away. Jessica Guillen at back of the top of the lineup goes after the first pitch and pops it up. And it will be caught. And just like that on 2 pitches, there's 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. First pitch is watched for a strike to Rachel Varela, who's trying to end this game. 9-9, 120 feet away. Down on the floor, and it gets by into the gap. They're gonna stop the runner and Laura at third base. And the throw goes to home, and it allows Varela to go to second base. And now the game-winning run is 90 feet away. And the starting pitcher is going to come up to the plate to try to end it on her own hands. Everyone's cortisol levels are up to a peak high. 140 above normal blood pressure. Blood pressure, jeez. Mendez showing bunt. 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. She goes after it, and it will be gloved. Thrown to home, not in time, and that's it. Madison Mendez walks it off for the Warriors, and it took them 9 innings to get it done, but the starting pitcher does it in her own hands. 10-9 for the Warriors as they split the series against the Red Hawks. A fielder's choice play to home allows Madison Mendez to force this game on a walk-off. She started the game. She's going to end the game herself, and that's exactly what she did. Giving Jasmine Laura, who hit that 2 RBI double to tie up the game, to tie it up at 9 apiece. And then she was able to get to third base 60 feet away. And Madison Mendez with 1 swing, able to finish it off, but they split the series. And a lot of reflection here today for both sides, as Benedictine Mesa takes one in the first one of this doubleheader, and give them a lot of credit for continuing this long fight against the Warriors. But this time the Warriors are able to prevail and come away with the victory, and they split the series 1-1. We continue tomorrow with 2 more games, starting at 11 a.m. and the second one at 1 p.m. to finish off the series finale. But for all of us here tonight, thanks for joining us for what has been 6 hours of nonstop softball here on the Warrior Sports Network. As we say to our friends and family at home, we appreciate you and we thank you so much for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow on the next one. As we say to our friends, once again, good evening from Irvine.